Hello, happy Sunday. Welcome in. How we doing? How is everyone doing? Today we are going to start off with some Phas, and then after Phas, we are going to switch to Quarantine Zone. I don't know when. I don't have a set time. I have no idea how long we're going to play Phas for. I think we're just going to kind of let it speak to us. Let it decide when it's time. Griffalo, thank you so much for the 7 months, homie. I appreciate you. Pixel, thank you for the Prime. Savvy, 9 months. Hot chocolate. Oh, you better be sharing. You're going to get some pissed off people in chat if you're not sharing hot chocolate. Hello, all. How are we doing? Wominator, hello. Light Raven, CG, Snurf, Carla, hello. Juju, hi, friend. Okay. Let's see. You'd like hot. You're going to have to talk to them. Yeah, I can't help you. I don't know what to tell you. Sorry. Sorry. How's everyone doing? I'm going to make some adjustments. I'm messing around with some stuff today. We're doing some tinkering. Trying. I'm good. Been chilling with the tall one. Yeah, man. It's been good. We've been hanging. Snurfer, thank you for the follow, dude. Hello. Violet, hello. Love the shirt. Thank you. It felt very appropriate for the possibility of Quarantine Zone today. Yeah. This is my favorite horror movie. No, we got zero snow. None. Where my wife is, they got snow because they had to travel a little bit. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Ribs, hello. Hello. What microphone? This is a Shure SM7B. Yeah. Hey, Fleener, how are you? Kate, thank you for the 19 months. Yeah. I've had it for, oh God, I don't know, 4 years now, probably. Ish. It's been going strong, man. It's been perfectly fine. I love it. I'm sure that's a good one. You can leave. Okay, thank you again for the Prime, friend. I appreciate you. You sicko. Drug, hello. How are you? I got to decide what I'm going to do in Phas today. It is Sunday, which is normally like a chill Phas day. I just don't know if I want to stick with chill or not. Been playing Outlast Trials. The game is rough, dude. You know, I thought about that game yesterday when we were playing Zort. If you guys haven't seen that game yet, holy hell. If you get overstimulated, I highly suggest not playing that game. Eventually, when I started learning what to do, it was getting better, and we were just having fun with it. But starting out, holy hell, it was so much at one time. The music you can't control, you can't turn it down. So while there's all of us trying to talk to each other, while the bunch of like hysteria things are happening, and the music is playing, and these other things, it was too much. It was so freaking much. Currently playing Outlast and watching the stream. How is it? Relentless, thank you for the biddies, friend. Whimsical, thank you for the raid. Hope your stream was good. Played DVD for the first time. Really enjoyed the kill. Really? Okay. Is that something you're going to be diving into more? I played a couple times. It just was never something that kept my attention. You know? You know what I mean? Oh, Koopa, I'm sorry to hear that, friend. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. I don't think that's something I would just randomly throw in chat. Out of respect for your loved ones, I don't think I would just randomly drop that inside of a chat. Yeah, but I'm so sorry to hear that, friend. Hey, Rec, how are you? Welcome in. The trials are intense. It's so much. That's a game that was overstimulating for me. It was too much. I watch friends play and it's overstimulating. Too many things happening at one time. My eyeballs are going in 30 different. I can't do it. I can't. I shan't. Working on this campaign-based ancient Mesopotamia mythology for months, and now I don't get to run it today? What? Went good. Thought Nobake was a wraith, but it was snowing. Oh. You marked down orbs because of snow. Was it inside snow? Was it snow that was glitching in the building? Because that'll get you if you're not paying attention. It'll hit you. Hi, Lenny. Misery's a fun game out right now. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. Hey, Mama Bear, how are you? Loved watching you play. Oh my God. Dude, we were so determined. I almost want to look up like tutorials on how to do it. Like, as in like walkthroughs of better ways to do it, because we so badly wanted it to work. Like, as in like succeed at the game. And we tried really hard. And honestly, oh my God, out of the Mexican standoff one, the only successful person was Kill, because Kill was able to get the gun loaded. And then like it took 3 of us holding the gun. Kill got it loaded, pulled the gun up. I pulled the trigger by reaching my hand forward. It was so silly. Oh my God. It was funny. Dude, I would play it again. It was fun. Bubblegum, thank you for the 5 months. And Shiva getting shot in the chest. Yep. It was pretty funny. I have a recording from, let me think, 3 years ago. I have a recording from 3 years ago when we played that offline just for funsies. Aldi. Well, hi, friend. Thank you for the raid. Hello. Mr. Aldi Pants, how was your stream? Let's go ahead and get Phas loaded, because that's what we're starting with today. After Phas, we are probably going to be switching over to Quarantine Zone. When's that going to happen? I don't know. But drops are still available. So when I switch, if you haven't gotten your drops yet for that game, you'll be able to get them. Watching the Farewell to Old Bleasdale video. Oh, my God. Holy moly. Aldi, I hope your stream was good, friend. Nightly, thank you for the 37 months. It would have been a double, but Dark Ages was all. What were you guys playing? What were you doing? What will happen? What will happen? Oh, Resident Evil 5. When you got to stay connected? Oh, no. You know, I've never done a proper playthrough of Resident Evil. Like, as in, I think I played, like, Resident Evil 2. And then I just never played another one. I would love to do, like, a marathon. That'd be cool. No. Drops for Quarantine Zone. There's no drops for Phas. Yeah, drops are on for Quarantine Zone. So when I switch over to that, they will be there. Got to college? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Mrs. BTH, thank you for the sub. Welcome in. Bye, Lenny. You got quarantine? Oh, dude, it is so fun. It is such a jam. It is so great. Cooper, thank you for the 10 months. Oh, my God. By the way, I am testing something today. I am doing a test today. So you guys will have to, for those of you that prefer it or use it, you'll have to let me know if it's actually worth it or not. You know what I mean? So I'm using Twitch vertical along with normal Twitch. So if you're on your phone, you might have noticed it. Obviously with the layout right now, a lot of my cam is at the bottom of my vertical layout. So it's getting covered up a bunch. It's not necessarily the way that it has to stay, but it's just the way that I had my vertical layout from when I did TikToks and stuff. So I just left it alone. I have to decide if I want to mess with it, if I want to do it, if it's worth it. If vertical is not worth doing, if nobody gives a damn about it, then I'll just not do it. Really, it's more of a trying it for the viewer's sake, because it's not for me. You hate vertical layout? Okay, good deal. You can, but the best, okay, so here's the best part about it. If you hate it, you don't have to use it. Because when you're on mobile, you can click some buttons to bring it back, to take it outside of vertical and bring it back. So when you tap on the screen, and go to classic view, you're back to the normal view. So you don't have to use it. So if you see it and you don't want to see it, go to classic view. Switch it back to normal. Okay. Yep. Did that immediately. Okay. That's good to know. Listen, this is good information. If it's okay, question. Is it because of how I have the layout, or is it because you just hate watching things in vertical? Let me ask that. Because things can move. It jump scared you. Oh my God. Makes it hard to use bits and blurps. Does it? don't care for it because chat covers half of the phone, you can turn it off. There's options. But you want to be able to see the chat. I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Considering the cam's covering the cam. Yeah. I know. Well, like I said, I could easily move my camera up top. That wouldn't be a problem. You know what I mean? Went back to classic. The layout seemed to be missing chunks of the screen. Is it missing that much, really? I mean, outside of my face, it's like the things that it's missing. Can I pick up anything in here? Yeah. Let's go over here. We'll pick that up. Let me see what that looks like. Yeah, it's not missing that much. It's really not. Could see it not being for everyone. Yeah, agreed. Listen, it's a test. If we don't like it, then groovy. Violet, thank you for the 9 months. Wasted Captain, thank you for the 2 months. You're at work? Okay, don't get fired. Did Mrs. Flash and the kiddos have fun? Oh yeah, they're coming back later tonight. Yeah, it was a dance competition and they kicked some ace. They kicked some ace. The kiddos had fun, so that's what matters. It does cut off a little bit of the screen. Oh, I know. That's what we were just talking about. I know that it cuts off part of the screen, but the amount of the screen that it cuts off, I don't think is that part doesn't bother me that much because you can still see all the information you need. Yeah. Otter, hello friend. Good morning. Welcome in. Hello. Hey, how are you? We're just talking about vertical things. I know I can turn it off by clicking the screen, but as soon as I switch away to check another app, like responding to a text, I have to reset it back to classic again. As someone that does multiple things at once all the time while watching streams, having to switch constantly is annoying. I gotcha. So it doesn't save your settings. So whenever you go to classic view and then you go away and come back, it automatically forces you to do that. Roger that. Now, the one thing I don't think I can do, I don't think I can disable it while I'm live. No. It'll be it'll be a today only thing. Yeah. If enough people are like, nah, it's not for me, then we just won't use it anymore. Easy peasy. Hi, Queen. Hello. How are you? It's not everyone's cup of tea. Right. That's totally fine. And I can throw it to a vote in the server or something like that later today just to get people's input for sure. We're doing fast today. Trying to live. How do you change it back? How do you change it back from what? If you're trying to figure out how to go from vertical to horizontal, you just tap on the screen and click go to classic view. Yeah, super easy. Very, very easy. All right, let's get into the Phasmers. Woke up, still tired. So now listen, hear me out. Now by no means do I ever want to like push you guys to other platforms because again, you know why I multi-streams, because I want people to be comfortable wherever they are. I will be in multiple places today. If it gets annoying and you don't want to keep having to switch back and forth, you can always use one of the other platforms. And I see all the chats. I see everything at once, okay? I don't want to push you away to somewhere else, but if it gets too annoying, that's always an option. Had some strange dreams after watching Zord. I had nightmares. Oh, well, what would you think about it? Hi, Break. Good morning, friend. I do appreciate that we can change the chat. I know. Thank goodness. I know. If it locked you in vertical, I would never use it. Yeah, you need to have the options. Now, the way that it should... no, not necessarily. No, because if you want full screen... No, never mind. I'm a mobile and see a difference. It hasn't changed? Oh, you don't see the... If you tap on the screen, Sissy, do you see the option in the top left to change from vertical and classic? That's where it should be. Hi, Frog. Hello. What's up, Busy? Good to see you. What's up, Random? Kirvis, hello. Welcome in. What up, Beast? Biggest problem was the hype train banner covered everything. Yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah, it takes up so much of the screen. It really does. Yeah, this layout, it's the way that I always used it whenever we did TikTok stuff, because in TikTok anyway, on the top above where the game is where a lot of information was. So right now it looks like there's nothing happening there. So if I wanted, what I could do is I could move my cam up top. Hold on. This is not going to affect anybody watching the normal stream. This would only affect people that are watching on the vertical side. But if I take this guy and I move, like if I move this guy down here and then I move this guy up here, right? See, we can tinker. We can play. We can tinker. And then I could move this guy down. I'm like watching this live while I do this. That right there doesn't affect anything. Made it way better. Yeah. Because now chat is only going over top of the bottom of the screen. The game is not covered by the normal, like the average chat that you would normally have. And my face is in the top, which would not be obstructed by anything. I'll leave it like that. And then if I go live on the TikTok side of things, I'll just leave it like this and I won't mess with it. Yeah. Listen, I want it to be, I want it to be something that is viewable. Like that is, I don't know, something that is not annoying to the point where you're like, I can't do this. I can see that working. I'll try it out today. Yeah, it's up to you. If you don't want to watch it like that, again, if it gets annoying, like someone was saying, when you switch away from the app and you come back, it automatically throws you back into this vertical mode. If that sucks, I will be live on here. I will be live on the tube. And I've also started throwing it on Kick as well. The main reason I started doing that is because I was getting really worried about Twitch with the way that they were interacting with me on support. And that kind of, it bothered me. And I was like, okay, I need to not put all my eggs in one basket. We should probably diversify just in case. Yeah. Gameplay on mobile seems a bit cropped. It is purposefully cropped. Yes. It's so that way the game is not so small. We'll get into a game and I'll show you guys. We'll get into a game and I'll show you. But yeah, all the socials are there, friends. Like I said, I try to go live on multiple different things at the same time. So we'll do what we can. Coda, thank you for the 25 months. Let's get everything rolling. I will leave this vertical wise like it is right now. I'll leave it as is. That's good. Because I've even got the different scenes too. Like if I switch from starting soon, the cam, no game, my disconnect, the ad screen, all BRB. I've got that for vertical on everything too. I've got all the things. Fallen Ninja, thank you for the biddies. All right, let's roll. Now that we have that taken care of. All right, that is good. That is good. All right, I'm trying to be an overachiever today. So if anything seems to be going awry, the TikTok side might take a hit. Might take a hit. Vertical. That, do that. Say, because I definitely have the interwebs for it. I definitely have the interwebs for it. Juju, Mama Bear, thank you guys for the follows, friends. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hello. This should be working. I don't know why it's taking forever. Ashley, what's up? How are you? What's up, Matthew? Good morning, friends. Marco, Frosted, Yummy. Hello, hello. Pistomil, hello. Soccer, hello. What is going on? Trying to figure out, okay, well, if talk is giving me issues, we might not worry about it today. I don't know what the hell's going on. Menu simulator, you're very welcome. You're very welcome. Wolf, thank you for the follow. Okay, well, maybe we won't worry about it over there today. Yep, I guess not. All right, I'm not fighting that. Nope. All right, I'm ready. Let's warm up. Let's warm up. After we warm up, I'll figure out what I'm going to do. It's a chill day. After we do some Phas, later on, we'll be switching over to Quarantine Zone. I don't have a set time for that yet. We're just going to play, and then we'll go from there. Let's go to Ridge. Let's go. Of course it's raining. I'm so shocked.
Nothing to report, but it looks like whoever was here left in a hurry.
I bet they did. Hey, Sugared Chef. Good morning. F the shoes. No, it's Ridgeview. We don't do that here. We don't do that here. Blue, happy birthday. All right, Megan, what do we got? Cleanse, capture 3 unique photos, and crucifix. Let's go in with a camera just in case Ghosty decides to show up so we can knock out media. I think my biggest falter when it comes to this, honestly, is not going for media sooner. I always want to try to figure out the ghost first. Always, always, always. Always, always. Can I call you? You could change your name to Luna, and then I'll call you that. Seems quiet. Not sure if it's a bug. It shouldn't be too bad. I mean, if anything, you just turn the volume up. If it's too low, it might be a bug. Oh my Lanta. Feels like I'm watching a live reel in verticals mode. Yeah. Like I said, we'll give it a try today. We'll see how it goes. Okay. Definitely thought the skull was a sleeping cat. I don't think they added any sleeping cats. I could be wrong. About to eat your lunch. What are you gonna eat? I had tuna. It's trippy. I like it. Okay. Like I said, trial and error, man. We'll give it a shot. Because you can still see everything. Like, you can see my entire EMF reader. You can see all the stuff. Oh, fried rice? Hell yeah. I love fried rice. I love rice. All right. Well, there's no ghost. Time to go home. It was fun while we thought about it. Hey, Blue Moon. How are you? Had to get the kitten out of my room last night because he wouldn't stop attacking your feet. What a jerk. Dude, their little claws are sharp. What is happening? Hello? The setup is trippy. Oh, the vertical setup? Yeah, yeah. Again, if you guys are watching on the Twitch side and you're having not issues, if you're not wanting to see it in vertical, tap on the screen and then the top left, click classic mode. It'll be back to normal. Well, you know, it was a fun idea, the whole like playing Phas ghost investigation things. But F us, right? Might be a ghost in there. I'm not sold. I was hoping it would. Oh, this is a stupid idea. You know what? This is a dumb idea. I don't hear anything. I'm gonna go get a smudge, and I think I might just make it hunt. I don't know. I'm torn. I'm absolutely torn. Fallen Queen, thank you for the subs, friend. I'm torn. Give me a smudge. Give me this. Let's take this. Let's go. It's a shade. 20 bucks. It's a demon. Nothing here. I honestly think it's upstairs or downstairs. If I had to guess, I'd say it's upstairs. That's what I thought. So I think when I poked it, I made it poop in the sink. It's very unintentional. Okay, we found it. We'll leave one of those there. There we go. Oh, there we go. Give me. It's a potty shade. Yeah. It's just taking a poo op and it wants some privacy. I get it. Oh, you dissipated, you bag of shit. Fine. 3 unique photos. Hey, you want to event, you a-hole? Oh, my keybinds. Oh, I forgot. Whoops. I gotta fix that. I forgot I changed it for Zort. Alt, hello. Tonberry, thank you for the 10 months. Ready. F this. I'll leave both my smudgies here. Let's go get the other media and the stuff. Just watch one of the videos. Let's go. Honorable, how are you? Good to see you. Oh, Ghosty. I'm going to take sanity. I don't trust. This thing's being a turd. Let's put this in there so that way we can get some more media stuff. And also we can get the photo of the crucifix getting burned if it just so happens to happen. That game was crazy. Yeah, I'm on Nightmare. Mm-hmm. I have a lot of lights on. It might trip the breaker. Listen, hotshot. Actually, let's do this. Make the most of it. Right there. Get out of here. Where are you?
Behind.
Spear box? This might be stupid. This might be dumb. I'm adjusting my keybinds while I'm in the room. This could end poorly, but you know what? We're doing the things. I think I had this one set to B. I think. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I fixed it. I fixed it. Just started, yeah. Hi. There we go. Oh, I just I went to audio record that. Hey Stewie, what's up? How are you? Tried New Evidence Weekly, got a demon that instantly hunted as the first ghost, then proceeded to struggle. Oh, it can be tough. Definitely can be tough. Okay, up his camera. Megan. 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 What's the longest streak you've had? Oh, someone's had with me? Oh, I don't know. That's a great question. Sorry. Where are you?
Close to it.
Are you here? Where are you? Are you here?
Close next to
Where are you?
right here.
No, I'm right here. Somebody yesterday had a 60 watch streak. I think there might be even more than that. Just give me the last sound, please. Hey, Tomo, how are you? It did do to Ting, but it's not eventing. I can't take a photo of it. I could always go get Frank and then make it hunt and, well, like, force it so that way I can get the Cruci stuff, but getting this naturally would be nice. The only thing we have is this. But I haven't brought in a lot either. Come on. What are you doing, dude? Pretty sure it's not Yeah, it can't be a shade anyway. It's just being, it was being shady It was being shady earlier for no reason, but it can't even be a shade. That way is upside down. Stupid. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. 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 Hi, Lord Moose. How are you? Why are your streams vertical? You press the button. Yeah, you press the vertical button. Yeah, it's your fault. Got it. She didn't like that. No, she wasn't a fan. Give me this. Here, do this. Honestly, I need to get the other piece of evidence, but I'm kind of more focused now on getting the media. I need 3 more. I need 3 more videos. I need 2 more videos. Do you want to throw something? That'd be cool. Hello? I know it's in vertical. I know. It's because I made it that way. All you have to do is tap on the screen, and in the upper left, you can click to classic mode to get out of vertical. Hey, you were like getting a little bit feisty, but you kind of stopped. I'll take it. I need the crucifix anyway. You know what? Do not eat that crucifix yet. No, 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 no. No, it's a beta thing that is on the user side to turn on or turn off. Let's do this. How come you play a lot of Nightmare? Because I enjoy it. It's not about skill level. If I was worried about pushing skill level, I would just stay on no evidence for the entirety of my gameplay. But the issue with that is that if you're playing on no evidence, you don't get to use equipment for evidence. And that's part of the game that I like, that I enjoy. I like being able to get evidence. It makes it fun. All right. Now we just need to figure out what it is. Game on. Clean. Thank you for the subs. You know what? Buy myself some time. You hooker. She turned the power off. You like the vertical? It's very mixed bag. I'm getting like 50-50 about people that like it and people that don't. Yeah. The most cursed player, I want to do it again. I absolutely want to do it again. Check this, check this. Oh, I've got a lot of stuff to check. We've got to hurry. We're going to go like this. What does the voodoo doll do? It causes interactions unless you push the heart pin in, and then it will do an insta hunt. Which is what just happened. Ma'am. No UV as of right now. No freezings immediately. Okay. Let's go get more stuff. Gonna take some time to get used to. Yeah, and it doesn't have to be something that we need to get used to either. Because if it's something that's not like overly loved, then I just won't do vertical streams anymore. Like I won't even allow it to do vertical. So then it'll just be normal. So, yeah. Does the heart pin give you an extra life? No. No. The voodoo doll, every pin that you push in drains 5 of your sanity and causes an instant interaction. The heart pin drains 10 of your sanity and causes an insta hunt. That's it. That's all it does. Let's get you. Let's get you. You might start hunting, so I'm going to try to be swift about this. Well, shit. You sneaky snake. Hi. Here, I'm gonna go upstairs. You don't mind, do you? Here, let's go for a walk. Me and you. I think I have an extra smudge up here, don't I? Yeah. You're doing great, sweetie. And she's done. So with our little DO, we are looking at spirit box writing dots. So it's either going to be writing or dots. Just curious which one it's going to be. No need for more evidence? No, just it's the fun of getting it. That's it. I have everything else. I've gotten the bone. I've gotten all of the media. We've completed all the objectives. We know what ghost it is. Unless I find orbs all of a sudden and also get freezing or UV. What do I do with the video camera? Give me this. Let's do that. I walked her back to the ghost room. Yeah. Listen, it's like when when you see like someone escorting an elderly citizen across the street. It's the same thing. I'm just escorting Granny back to her room. Like what a gentleman move, you know? Are DOs usually calm ghosts? I mean, in a sense they are, because they don't, I mean, what is the DO hunt threshold? Is it 45? The caretaker? When we need to be. Princess, thank you for the follow. Leah, thank you for the 6-month prime. Is it 40? I don't know why 45 was in my mind. I don't know what I'm thinking about with 45. 40. There you go. Sorry. The DO's hunt threshold is at 40% sanity, which is lower than normal. So, I mean, that's kind of chill. And if you're even thinking it might be a DO, as long as you have a lighter and a smudge, you're fine. So you hear it like barreling towards you. Don't go running out after it. Let it get really slow, because when it gets within 3 meters of you, it's going to slow down a crap ton. So just don't trap yourself. What happened to the 2 screens inside of the truck? Nightmare. On Nightmare or higher, typically on at least the default difficulties, the sanity monitor and the activity monitor are both broken. You don't get to use them anymore. Again, I think that's also why I like, I mean, I know that on Sanity it does it too, but that's also why I like Nightmare, because it just makes it harder. Yeah. Without making it so difficult that you're having to sweat every single game. That I don't want to do. Didn't get the breathing. I know, I even tried earlier a little bit extra with the spirit box, hoping I would get some DO breath, but it didn't happen. I don't know what it is. I mean, really, I could just leave. I want to get the evidence. You know what I mean? I want to get the evidence. You know what we're going to do? We're going to leave one smudge there. Let's do this. Fight the flu. I'm so sorry you have the flu. It's inevitably hitting like everybody. So please be safe, friend. Hi, Rose. No writing. Oh, you moved. That explains it, Lucy. That explains it. Okay, well, I know what you're going to give me now. Incoming dots, ghost. It has to be dots now. We know it as a guarantee. Like, no questions asked. Just a matter of seeing it. There it is. See how fast that was? The dots showed up for less than a half a second. And then they're gone. Cursed by dots. I know. Like, why does that keep happening? Why? They need to fix it. Either make it so we can record videos faster or make it so that the dots will last longer. Holy hell. They go by so fast. All right, let's get out of here. Like I said earlier, I like being able to get the evidence. It's fun. Are the dots bugged? I don't know if they're bugged or not. They can be a little aggravating to get for sometimes, for sure. Can I teach you how to play Phas real good? Yeah, watch all my videos. Twitch might not have something that you like. What do you mean? I feel like the dots should have lasted as long as they're in the line of sight of the dots. That'd be, I mean, I understand that they don't want it to last forever, but when we're seeing them show up and go 1,500 times in a game, it's kind of crazy. Little Leo, look at that. Oh, it's so cute. Oh, it's so cute. Everyone loves a Dio. All right, let's go do this at Camp Woodwind before I change what I'm going to do. Hi, Rain. How you doing, friend? How's Hightail treating you? Like the time on Bleeze when you were trying to get flickered. I know. It can be tough, dude. It can be really, really tough. When it comes to trying to get photos or videos of dots, I give up. Nope. I just don't even try anymore. How does one get out of it? If you're on the Twitch side and you're trying to get out of vertical view, if you tap on the screen on the top left, it says go to classic. Yep. If it's being annoying and not letting you do it, know that I am live in multiple places, so you can always avoid it completely by going to one of the other places. Yeah. It's easier to get a dot video from the van. Doesn't it almost feel like sometimes you only get dots when you're completely out of the map? I don't know why that is. Doesn't make sense. Night Show, thank you for the 6 months. Yeah, I don't know why. No clue. Hi Lila, how are you? Welcome in. Let's go do Camp Woodwind Nightmare. Thought it was a bug via Goryo. Like, I swear to God. They are pressing buttons to like, just make it rain all the time. It's basically the Crow. Good grief. Good grief. Keith Lewis, we need motion sensor, capture a photo, and repel. I don't think it's Blood Moon, because I think with Blood Moon, it's usually foggier than that. Yeah, it's not. It's not. Well, it's raining, so I'm going to use the parabolic, because I want to be able to hear. I want to be able to hear. There's no goddamn hot dogs. When am I playing with Donkey? Listen, if there is a collab that I know is going to happen, I will announce it to you guys. If I have no clue about when I'm playing again, you'll have no idea because I won't have any idea. Does that make sense? So like the next time I'm playing with somebody, it's going to be random. Unless I plan a collab with them, then I'll announce it everywhere and then you'll know. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, the words I said, those things. That Lover's Bench? Monkey Paw? What did I hear? I heard a thud. What the hell was the thud? Was it not that far? Okay, I guess that's a yes. All right, it's here somewhere. I don't know which one, but it's over there somewhere. It's been pretty active too. How do you earn quick and easy cash? By understanding all of the ghost's abilities and nuances and by completing high difficulty games as fast as you possibly can. That's how to do it easily. If you're trying to learn the game, then there is no quick and easy cash. I don't know. People have this mentality that they need to get as much money and as much XP as fast as they possibly can, because if they don't, the game's going to uninstall. There's no rush. There's no time limit. There's no race. There's no leaderboard. You just you play to have fun. Play to enjoy it. Let's do. I'm gonna do motion sensors because I don't know where this butthole is. Yeah, because saying that you want to learn how to play the game and then also saying I want to learn how to get money as fast as I can kind of negates that entire idea. We have orbs, which is great to have on this map because the boundaries can be a bit of a butt. It doesn't uninstall when I suck and die? No. Not usually. If it does, well, you know, that sucks. Hey, chick, welcome in. Try and die as little as possible. Amen. Amens. All right, Ghosty, we know you're here. We've got the orbicals. Put this down. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Are you here? Are you here? Are you close? Where are you? Probably not. Probably not. Juck, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hello. You learn to play. Say, I wish to trap the ghost. And friends all in the house with no smudges. I mean, you know, it is a way to play. That's for damn sure. All right, let's get a smudge over there. Let's get our temps over there. Hey, Thay, how are you? There. It's not even that cold, honestly. That sucks. Oh, there we go. What the hell? Okay. It's cold, but it's not freezing ghost cold. A lot of ghosts obsessed with turning on water. Not that I could tell. There's been nothing happening that has seemed like overly crazy with water for me. All right. Now we check UV. Got my ranger badge finally. Nice. Play this map over and over again. Boy, you aren't kidding about the boundaries. Yeah, it's no bueno, friend. That was a 5. What? Where did that go? I heard that. All right, never mind. Useless. What the hell? Quicksilver, thank you for the biddies. What the hell? We've got EMF5 and orbs, which makes it a Dian, Obake, or a Raiju. The ghost name is Keith Lewis, meaning that it can't be a Dian, so it has to be a Obake or a Raiju. Well, we don't have any UV, so it can't be an Obake, which means that it's a Raiju. All right, I need to capture a photo and repel. Let's go ahead and try to get some media. So we'll grab this guy. We'll grab that guy. I'm going to drop the smudge here. I'm going to take the sanity here. I'm going to grab the firelight there. Okay. Keeping up. Okay, there's that. Let's put that in there like that. I didn't see the bone yet. We'll go find it in a second. What's up, Nate? Ghosty, audios, please. Did a few rounds, test dots, managed to get 2 Gorios who all seem to have weird non-functioning dots. Yeah, that sounds familiar. Yeah. That definitely sounds familiar. Trashy, thank you for the subs. Come on. Oh my. Object thrown, I'll take it. Come on now. No. I've already got object thrown. Oh my God. Instincts. I was ready to go try and get it. Why aren't you walking around? Hey, Tally, how are you? There you go. Now walk in this. Do to take. ADM, if you're having trouble with the game, Oh, shit. If you're having trouble with the game and it's not acting the way that it should, I would definitely recommend going into their Discord and saying something. They'll be able to help troubleshoot better than anybody here. I need another video. Do I already have interaction? I was afraid to. Oh, I could have gotten that, son of a bitch. It is EMF 5. Oh no, it is. We know what ghost it is. Now it's just a matter of capturing the media. Oh wait. There we go. There we go. Hey Groover, welcome in. Caden, good to see you. What up, Sin? Good afternoon, good morning, whatever it may be. Afternoon here as well. EMF 5, fire extinguish. All right, talk. Oh, you bitch. I'm not going to make it. I'm not going to make it. Run. I got it. Got it. There we go. What can the Raiju do? The Raiju will speed up whenever it is near electronics and it's hunting. All right. I need one more video. One video. I need more photos too. Let's go get the monkey paw. And then I need to find the bone. I don't have a smudge, which that could be bad. Do you hear my heartbeat? Where is it? Heart's about to beat out of our chest. Good grief. Front of the tent. Yeah, I'm going to grab a... No. The smudge is here. There we go. Cosmic, thank you for the year. Thank you so much, Cookie. Welcome in. We've got all of our videos, which means we can yeet that guy. And then we could grab this. We have EMF, we have Monkey Paw, we have Shadow. I could try to get interaction photo. Cruci burn I can get. Okay. Or another event would be spectacular. Going for perfect? Yeah, might as well. Why not? Ghosty. You know what I could do? Would I need 2 photos? Well, this can go good or it can go bad. This is going to be good or bad. Oh, God. Oh, Poison, thank you for the gifted a cat. Okay. I wish to see the ghost. Okay. Got it. Got it. Got it. I still have yet to find the bone, right? Give me another smudge. Give me another this. Quick cruci toss. I just wanted to be sure that it was in range. I just really wanted to be sure that I didn't get screwed over. Really wanted to be sure. All right, let me get, because it can be a little hard to see. Let's get a flashlight. Let's get a flashlight. Yoinks. Yoink, Scoob. Oh my God. Well, never mind. Old Elvis Pelvis over here. Poison Ivy. Thank you for the biddies, friend. Oh my God. Yeah, that's it, right? Oh, no. I need to repel. I need to repel. Okay, well. Then Do this. I wish to trap the ghost. The old lock tent. Classic. Classic. All right. Well, we'll repel and then we'll hide over here. Yeah, that makes sense. Groovy. Oh, the cruci. Oh, you're right. No. I'll bring it over here. Yeah. There we go. Now we're good. Thank you. I totally forgot. That's why I used to never use the tier 3 crucifix, because I always forgot that I was using a tier 3 crucifix. All right. Repel the ghosty. That's all we got to do. And then after we repel, another perfect in the books. Groovy. I'm great at repelling. Did you notice how fast it was? I mean, oh my God, my freaking heartbeat, dude. Good Lord. Is there a way to make sprint last longer? No, or else everyone would be making sprint last longer. The only way you can make sprint last longer is by taking the tier 3 sanity. That's it. All the Darsha. No worries, friend. No worries at all. Wait for the hunt to be over. Okay, let's get out of here. Which is good timing because ads just hit. Perfect timing. All right. Raiju. Raiju. No, it was loud for me. It was loud for me.
Welcome back.
Nice.
Some jobs ready for you.
Another perfect. Raiju. Lovely. All right. Ads are playing. We wait. We wait. Let's see. Waiting for ads. There we go. Luca, hello, friend. Good morning. I'm on the East Coast. Yeah. East Coast of the States. So for me, it's 1:30 in the afternoon. Perfect games. You know, it's a mood thing, in my opinion. Like, you're either in the mood to do it or you're not. If you're not in the mood for it and you just want to get objectives and get the ghosts, you're just trying to get the hell out of there. And there's no problem with that at all. Yeah. People in the ad are yelling at you. Well, they're trying to make you listen. With the Raiju, is the speed dependent on how many electronics there are? No, it's just a matter of there being electronics within range. So it doesn't matter if you have 15 electronics or you have a single sound recorder. If there's an electronic nearby and it is on, then the Raiju can speed up based on that electronic until it gets out of range. So a good test usually is if you're like on separate floors. So like if you have electronics on one floor and not on another floor, you'll hear it speed up near the electronic on like the first floor. And if you have nothing on the second floor, it'll be normal speed as long as it didn't get any line of sight speed up. Yeah. Sin, you're making tamales. They're definitely a process. Yeah, but tamales are good. And always walk the Dio. That is a guarantee. Hi, Hyper. How are you? Win, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Friends, if you are watching on the Twitch side and you are watching from your phone, you will have noticed that we are testing vertical today just to see what it looked like. If you don't want to see it in vertical, tap your screen and click on go to classic view in the top left. And then boom, problem solved. And then you'll be back to normal. Taking a break from making a quilt. Ooh, what kind of a quilt? What kind? Wasn't something I really tested. We don't get the Raiju often. It would be really cool if you were able to pick certain ghosts to test. That's something we've talked about for a long time, but I don't see that ever coming. I don't know. It'd be nice because then you could just pick the ghost and then you could do some different things for it, right? You like it? Good deal. It's actually cool watching. Yeah. It's a test just to see. Yeah. Happy Hazy, thank you for the sub. Welcome in. Have you ever gotten spawn killed by a ghost with a crucifix in the room with you in it? Probably at some point. Yeah. You also have to be careful, SpongeBob, of the what is it? It's the Galu, right? The Galu is the one with the protection equipment stuff. Yeah. The crucifix range goes down whenever it is aggressive. Yeah. No, you don't get a drop badge from anybody because there's none. There are none. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Shell, thank you for the 15. Lila, thank you for the sub. Thank you, guys. Guys, if you're subbed and you're in the Discord, don't forget to link your Twitch to Discord so you get the sub roll. Because every now and then we will do polls in there. We have the sub chat and all that stuff. So make sure that you have it linked so you actually can see the channels. Yeah. Little Lake says making peanut butter flapjack. Oh my God. No regrets. No regrets. All right. It's been a pretty chill day so far and I'm kind of digging it. Kind of digging the chills. Kind of digging it. Let's go to Bleasdale. Still trying to get good at the game. I swear to God. Every single map is rain. Every single one. Still only level 76. That's all right. Over time, man. Get better. Babby, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Justin Doe. Ghost event. Parabolic microphone and rappel. Well, do you want to give us bonus orbs since you're going to make it rain on every map? Am I going to say hi to Lilith? Maybe. I might have to. I might not have a choice if Ghosty's up there. Let's get our parabolic. Let's get an EMF reader. We'll do a lap around and then we'll save Josie, of course. The mode's nightmare. Nightmare. That's why the screens are broken. All right, we got to find the power. Let's do that first. Careful, there's a wolf. No music box. Hi, Josie. Hopefully she doesn't hear me from upstairs and start to figure, like, trying to understand what the hell I'm yelling at. Why do you have a flashlight in the headgear? Because when I throw down the flashlight, then I can't see unless I'm using the headgear. The main reason for it is so that you guys can see easier. Because when I'm looking like this, you guys can see a lot better than if I'm going like this. Because if I'm walking around like this, how much can you see right now? I'm fine. I can make my way through. It's dark, but it's fine. But if I'm like this, then you guys can see. So it's multifaceted. All right. I hear nothing. IRL Josie doesn't want to be saved from the sofa. No. She was, sometimes the pillows we have on the couch will like fall flat, like fall down. And then she uses it as like a little perch. And then she'll like roll up like a donut and sleep on it. Like a little queen. Okay. I didn't realize you were frustrated about this. It sounds like it's in that back hallway, which that kind of sucks. Kitchen, maybe. It sounded more, well, sorry. It looked further away. Like here or here. No breath. It might be kitchen. Funny but unfortunate coincidence of getting Bleasdale twice in a row on random map. Both times it was a demon that hunted second. Oh, you had 2 demons in a row? You lucky dog. No, it's right there. I saw the breath. I've been getting that room a lot. We'll give it a toilet steak. You know, I still want answers from them about why the toilet, oh my God. About why the steaks look gross now. Like, it looked like fresh meat before, but now they did something to it. For Nels and for Bleasdale to now it looks gross. And I don't know why. Cabin, how are you? Welcome in. All right, Josie, I'm going to try to set you up, okay? Oh, they have her like sideways, and it makes this tough. The steak looks off. There she is. Oh, look at her. That's my dog. They look old and moldy. Yeah. I'll show you so we know where it is. Let's go take some equipment over there, and then once we come back, I'll show you the steak. It's dry aged. Sure. Kids in the Hall. Thank you for the Prime. Man, what a show throwback. First one was in the dining, second one was in the tea room. Oh man, you had both like right here too. Damn. Lucky ducky. Orbicals. Wait, no, it's not. Oh, that was just a shiny. Look at that. That's so stupid. I had it like this, so I wasn't paying attention. Oh, that was mean. That's just mean. That's rude AF. So stupid. All right, let's, here, I'll show you. Let me go get the steak. Let me turn the light on and I'll show you what it looks like. Yeah, look at it now. It's like it's not fully rendering in. Like, look at all the color that is on all the items that are in this room. And then you come over to the steak and it's like it never finished rendering. Look at it. Yeah, so they did something to screw it up, and I don't know how that's possible because everything else looks fine. That's all right. Nothing a good old toilet steak can't fix. Well done. Ugh. Gross. It looks old and disgusting. All right, let's go. Toilet steak. Hi, Crow. Had 2 demons at the Camp Wood when both of them were in the game 10. Ooh. Well done steak. Yuck. If you like a well done steak, I'm sorry for you. Absolutely gross. Like, you know what? I don't like flavor. I would rather it just taste like I'm licking a grill. That sounds better. Give me this. Give me this. Give me this. Medium rare. It's the way to do it. It was fresh when the ghost died. I just want to chew leather. It's fine. Okay, well, you have a reason then. You only spend your whole evening chewing? Are you here? Where are you?
It's far and wide.
Hey, touch the door. You're being cooperative, kind of. Sort of. A little bit. Kind of a fan of the vertical. You like it? Okay. See, I really am getting like half and half. Half people are saying they like, half are saying, nah, not for me. I totally get it. I understand. Burgers should always be well done. No, I don't agree with that. Oh, hello, Dots. I don't agree with that. Having your burger cooked, obviously more than medium rare. Yes, of course. But well done? Nah, I'm not a fan of that. That's like chewing on a hockey puck. Let's do Dots, Spirit Box, Dio, Phantom Wraith, or a Yokai. Keep the vertical as an option, but it's not. Well, so here's the problem with it. The problem is that you can't just choose which one you want and then it saves it. So that's, I think, a thing that we have found is a problem. If you could choose, like, you know what, I never want to see it vertical. Okay, then that's fine. Then it's an option. However, if you are watching on your phone, you leave the stream, come back to the stream, it automatically forces you back to vertical. I don't like that. That I don't like. And if that's the case, then I might not stick with it. Yeah, another Dots ghost, but at least this one showed us easily. Right, Joe? Joe gets it. Can we get a dot video recording? You can choose which POV you prefer through watching mobile or browser, as the scales are a little different. That is true. Yeah. It's because it's a completely different canvas. So the vertical canvas and the horizontal canvas are 2 completely different things. I've set both of them up independently so I can mess with them however I want. Dots video. Dots video. It's not going to happen. It isn't forcing me into vertical if I leave. Oh, it's not. Oh, okay. Well, someone else was having that issue. Someone else said that they were leaving the app and when they came back, it forced them back to it. Doubt. Press X to doubt. Yeah. You know, something I've thought about playing. We've talked about, it's funny. We talked about it before I noticed that Jinxie was playing it. So we were talking about Red Dead and about how I've never played it. Yes, I got it. Let's go. 2 times a charm. And about how I've never played it. It's not because I didn't want to. I just never did. It was just, I think other games came out and I played those instead of that. Jinxie just did a marathon where he played through and beat Red Dead 2. I would like to do it. I would like to do that at some point. Here is my problem. The problem is the investment, the time. And if you can only stream for X amount of hours and you're trying to intermix different games, hard pressing on one game can be really tough. But I would love to play through that on stream. I don't want to do it like every Wednesday though. That would suck. It would be way too long. Once a week, I know, finally got Dots video. Crazy talk. It'd be a really long time doing it that way, and I would not do it. We would do it more than that, for sure. So I'll think about it. It's funny. We talked about it, and then all of a sudden, I noticed that he was playing, and I was like, that is crazy. That is crazy, because he had never played either. So it was cool to see his reactions. I didn't watch too much of it, because I don't know the story or anything. Well, I mean, I know it from the first one, but not the second one. It's a really good story. It just seems like everything about the game is amazing. The AI, literally everything. Maybe it's a sign. It could be a sign. Yeah. What about just making it a YouTube only series? Not a bad idea. Not stream, just play it offline and then upload it. It's not a terrible idea. Another thing that I do, or that I'm going to start doing, is I'm going to start doing some games offline and just playing them, recording them, and uploading them to Patreon. So that's another thing I'm going to be doing very soon. Probably games that are like, oh, I probably shouldn't stream that. I don't remember the name of it. Hold on, let me pull up. Okay, now you're showing off. Let me pull up my wish list, and there's a game that I want to play that I'm oh yeah, oh look at him. Look at him just dotting his little life away. It's fine. The game that I want to play is, and I'm not streaming this. 100% not. This will be recorded offline. What is it? Where is it? What is it called? It's called Harvester. Have any of you guys ever heard of that game before? I was getting into the weeds trying to look for, please don't play audio. You're going to play audio. Okay, you're not. I was getting into the weeds because I was looking for a specific type of game. And the type of game that I was looking for was, I couldn't understand what it was called, but it was the ones where like real people were put into the game, like Mortal Kombat back in the day, where they had like real footage that was put digitally into the game and they were a part of the game. So Harvester is like that. So I'll be playing that at some point. Yeah. A Strange and Twisted World, Harvester, the most violent adventure game of all time, comes to Steam. Mocap? No, no, it's not called mocap. I mean, yes, that is what they do, but there's a name for the game. Hold. There is an actual category of game. Looks like the right kind of creepy. Doesn't look great. Doesn't it look good? No, there's a name for it. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Because it's not like they're trying to tell you like, oh, it's found footage, it's blah, blah, blah. No, that's not what I'm talking about. There is a name and you can look it up and like find all the games that are within that category. I'll look it up later. Yeah. FMV. Yes. Full motion video. That's what it's called. Yes. That is the name. Yes, yes. Luna, thank you for the 3-month prime. All right, now we can go back inside. Anyway, where were we? Harvester sounds interesting. Yeah. It's going to be fun. All right, we have a Dio, Phantom, Wraith, Yokai. So I'm going to attempt to get a dot video. I'm probably going to fail. But we're going to try anyway. Okay. Dot video, salt to check for Wraith, blah, blah, blah. My work here is done. Thank you. Thank you, DeFoodle. 90s horror game? It certainly is. Well, I do have a dot video, but here's the problem. I don't know if it disappeared when I got the dot video or not. Just because it shows up here does not mean it's not a phantom. Because that's the recording up until the part where it's recorded. So it could still technically be one. All right. Listen, I'm gonna need cooperation. Okay. Not a Wraith? This is your time to shine, Ghosty. Didn't know that. You got to be careful. When you take a photo, it's a lot easier to know. When you're doing a video of it, it's a lot harder because it could just be by chance. When is Twitch drop on Phaz? Nobody knows. They haven't announced anything. If you go to their blog, you'll know if they're going to be doing Twitch drops or not. There's been no word. But yeah, FMV is the type of game. That's what it was called. So, gonna play that and record it at some point. What I might do, I think I saw that there's an ability to stream on Patreon. I might try to do it that way. No, I don't think it's a point and click. I think you actually move around. The point and click game that I wanted to play was, Are You Afraid of the Dark? Was it an Are You Afraid of the Dark? No. Or was it Goosebumps? Shit, I don't remember now. Hey, Floating, how are you? All right, well, the ghost isn't going to do dots anymore. That was fun. You know, I really enjoyed it. So about that dot thing we talked about earlier. Loved Are You Afraid of the Dark? I know, it's so good. Could be better. I hope things get better. One frame dot. It's just not going to give it to me. Yeah, it's still here. But it sounds like it's over there. Only on Steam. The Harvester game? Yes. I'm pretty sure that it's only up. Is it outside now? What the? Ever heard of At Dead at Night? Yeah, I just have never played it. Okay. Okay. We're going to go look for Cursed Possession. Had to go outside to potty. Oh, is it a Dio? Holy Jesus Christ. All right. I don't like my ears anyway. Good night. All right. No Frank. Watched many videos on it. Oh, the At Dead of Night. I've seen friends play it. It's not. It's still in that room. What if I see? What if I see the dots now? No dots. So not a Dio. The Phantom or a yokai. That was confusing. Did that look like a phantom? I don't think I'm convinced. It was like there was one point where it looked like it was super invisible. Yeah, I think the rest of it did seem pretty normal. Of course, he goes into the room and I can't see him. God. Am I playing Zord all over again? Probably a yokai. Yeah, I'm cool with that. Let's go for it. Action, thank you for the follow. Ivy, welcome in. Hello. Rude Ghost. I don't know. Yeah, we're not going to worry about perfect on this one. Pretty sure we got the Ghosty. We got Josie. It's all we need. My favorite ghost is a Mimic. Love it. Yeah, that's a yokai. Yeah, that's a yokai. Nice. You get a lot of naked Dios? Yummy. Yummy. All right. What if we go ahead and switch over to quarantine? How do we feel about it? How do we feel? Hey, K-pop, thank you for the 10 months. Do you have a least favorite? It's hard to say. It depends on it really does depend on the ghosty, because sometimes if there's bugs and stuff, they can be very annoying. It just depends. Lady Cab, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Yeah. Mystic Beast, hello. Sounds good. I mean, it was part of the plan to begin with. Everybody that we did a poll in the server, and most people were like, part of this, part of that would definitely be the way to go. Yeah, I need to finish the campaign. I have a lot of stuff to do on it. Got a lot of stuff to do on it. Mally, thank you for the follow. Lady Cab, I hope your stream was good. Do the ting. Let's do the ting. You guys need to help me. I need your help. Hey, Katsone, hello. How are you? All right. Let's do the things. So, if you want the DVD survivors, you'll need to restart. Will you? Will they not just be included into the normal stuff? Captain Rudy, welcome in. Thoughts on the trailer for Mortuary Assistant? Oh, I'm excited. Yeah, if you guys haven't seen it yet, there's a trailer out for the Mortuary Assistant movie. It's looking good. Skin is red, pale, green, or not. No in between. Right. Unless they release an update that adds to the current campaign. I hope so. Oh, yeah. I definitely don't want to just start it over just to get them, which we could at some point. There's going to be a movie. Yeah. It looks great. Sadly, you have to reset the campaign. Oh, that sucks. All right. Well, I'm not going to do that. I'm definitely not going to reset just for that. Oh, you're good, lady. No worries. The ghosties were good. We were just doing some nice chill Phas. Our plan was to do Phas and then switch over to Quarantine Zone to keep going with the campaign. If you do endless mode, maybe they'll show up. Oh, I assume that they would. I don't know. I'm still in the mindset that I want to complete the campaign before we go to endless mode. I think that's where I am mentally. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? All right, let us do the thing. Guys, if you have not already gotten the drops for Quarantine Zone, they should still be active. I just have to switch over the category. Can you eat it? You can try. Listen, I'm not going to dog you for trying to have a snack. Lurking the quarantine zone streams, surgeon flashes. Oh, listen, I struggled. Okay, I had a hard time getting the hang, but I figured it out. I understood. It took me a little while, but we eventually got it. Okay, it just took a few cadavers. That's all. Never said I could do better. Okay, that's fair. No, I'm not ending. No. No, we are switching over to quarantine zone. Okay. Game, thank you. Debating getting it, you should. It's been a lot of fun. We've been really, really enjoying it. It's been a lot of fun. Game, if you continue to steal my mouse attention, I swear to God. Dude, I can't. I'm trying to like alt tab over here to mess with this, and then the game's like, no. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right, let me change over this. That should be good. Okay. So drops should be enabled. If anybody sees it, let me know. I just want to make sure that they're working. Spaghetti! Thank you for the gifted. Thank you, homie. Hello, child. Oh my God, what's wrong with her?
So she's in her usual position.
Except that her head's hanging off the pillow.
She's in her usual
Position?
and starts stretching and then just like.
She's tired, all right? She's got to sleep. You see the message. Awesome. Yeah. Cool. All right. So if you guys haven't already earned the drops for Quarantine Zone, they are active right now. They are active. All right. I'll add this, add that. So there are 4 different drops that you can earn that are skins for the different equipment in the game. And then there is another one that is not a drop per se, but it's along with the campaign where if you gift a sub or if you sub yourself tier 1 or greater, you unlock the raccoon skin for the rats. Hopping over. Yeah, you're good. Of course, Lunarist. Thank you so much. All right, let's get back into it. We are on day 14. We have completed two deportations, if you will. The raccoon skin is great. I love it. It makes me not want to kill the rats. Yeah. Apocrypha, thank you so much for the gifted, friend. Thank you. So we have completed 2, whatever you want to call them, out of 5. It looks like to complete the campaign. We're only on day 14. Exacuation? You mean evacuations? There are directives that order you to kill rats. Oh God. All right. Well, we'll just maybe I just go full screen camera and then I do it and then I go back. Maybe that's the move. You know, Singing Wolf. Thank you, friend. Fazilla. Thank you. All right, let's go. Day 14. Let's ride. I still have a bunch of stuff I haven't unlocked. Like there's equipment we haven't even seen yet. We just unlocked the scanner not that long ago. Day 14. What is it going to give us? All right. Last time we played, we brought ourselves to 16,000 bucks. No deaths on the block. Awesome sauce. Day 14. Let's go. Let's go see our directives. Let's go look at the board.
New directives are now available. Check the bulletins board immediately.
I was literally about to do that, sir. A wolf in sheep's clothing. If someone shows up with a book called How to Quit Smoking, confiscate it. The cover is fake. The person writes down every mistake our staff makes and passes the report to the higher ups. So we're looking for a How to Quit Smoking book. All right. Unicorn, thank you for the 2 months. Hello. Thank you for the follows. All right.
Identification verified. Quarantine status
Oh, it's
stable.
the fly lady.
No
All right.
incidents reported.
Well, we need to check them first. We got a rat in the house. We got a rat somewhere. I doubt it's a raccoon. What are you so angry for? We're going to look at the rat lady. Oh, my Lanta. Oh, my Lanta. Oompas, thank you for the sub, dude. All right. Oh, you have dry red eyes. That's interesting for you. But first, you had skin rash and red bruise, Amelia Miller. And it looks like we have an upgrade. She's upgraded to red eyes. Well, I guess to do an actual good inspection, we need to double check. Need some drops. Ugh. All right. Pulse and temps are fine. Those seem okay. What are your reflexes like, ma'am? Normal. Don't forget, you want a new dog. I do, but I can't. I definitely can't do it right now. Oh, yeah, that has not. Yeah, that's not gotten any better. Not gotten any better at all. Absolutely not. Holy crap, it looks worse. Yikers, there's that bruise. I'm trying to remember what she had. Like, I know we have the thing, but you know what I mean. All right, that looks okay. Breathing looks okay. Oh, no. Let's check a scan. You have any weird looking stuff? Let's see. So, top layer looks okay, I think. I think that looks okay. I think all the innards look okay. I mean, it doesn't matter that much. It really doesn't matter that much. What does keeping a zombie do again? It gives you a pet. It gives you a pet. But unfortunately, we can't do that. And she doesn't have any condition that seems different. I think that this is just a liquefy. Cody, thank you so much for the gifted, man. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And you get $2,000 just for having one inside of the cage. No, we lost our pet zombies. Gone.
Identification verified.
Yeah.
Quarantine status stable. No incidents reported.
Unfortunately, you know, I would love to keep you as a pet. She's just tired. But
I'm so tired of this.
well, guess what? We have a place for you to rest. I forgot I had a gun. I need to remember that in case they go to attack me. How are you doing?
I already went through quarantine once.
I passed. Okay, so conjunctivitis still there. Okay. Have they fixed the invisible contraband bug yet? Oh, I don't know. That's a fantastic question. I don't know. What is this like? Normal. All right. You got some schmutz on your arms still. And on your legs, which seems fine. What did you have before? Red bruise and then color differences of the ergans. You had a red bruise before. I don't even remember where the red bruise was. Was it her foot? Was this the one that had it on her foot? Anybody remember? Why is your arm shiny? Oh god. Oh god. Oh, that's from when I hit her. Yeah, I think the red bruise is gone. I think this was the foot lady. I think so too. All right, so red bruise is gone. Groovy. Let's check out her breathing. Looks normal as well. All right. Are your innards still different colors? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it still is. Maybe it's just not healed yet. Because look, you see that right there? That should not be that color. She is getting better. The red bruise is definitely gone. So I could quarantine her for another day if I wanted to be safe about it, but she's definitely getting better. I'm going to stick her back in quarantine for now. Send to the lab. What the hell's wrong with you?
What
All right.
do you mean? Just precautions.
You heard me.
Stay calm.
All right, sir. You're up.
Identification verified. Quarantine status.
All right. So
No incidents reported.
Why? Come on. Why? This is going so slow. God.
angry mumbling. Is that a thing? So you're angry. We know that. But is the mumbling something new? I don't see anything. So, okay, let's look at his conditions. Red skin, freckles, and aggression, which all still exist. I have a feeling we're going to double check him. I think we might be sending him to the lab with an unknown symptom. But he only did the mumbling once, and it was when we brought him over here. He's like not doing it over and over and over again. Normal reaction. I'd feel a lot better if he got worse. Like if something else. Oh, okay. If something is there. Hold on. What number is attached to each one of these? So we got that. So 1 is the temps. 2 is our hammer. 3 is this. Okay. I think the mumbling goes with the aggression. I think so too. Because again, he only did it once. And if you're not paying attention that one time, then you're telling me that you miss it. Breathing looks fine. Check out the scan. Looks pretty normal to me. Am I missing anything here? No, I don't think so. G is gun. Yeah. I've got to remember that. Max level and upgrade on the checkpoint tells you which tools to use for the checking. Oh, that's cool. I'm going to need to upgrade stuff anyway. We got a lot of money. Kevin, thank you for the prime. All right. Well, his condition, freckles, red skin, and aggression are still there. It has not gone away. I don't know. I have a strong suspicion that this guy might turn. And I've got a suspicion that she might be okay. I'm going to put him in quarantine for now. He might be our dog. But I have an entire group of people that I need to go through. Okay, you piece of shit. All right, next.
Don't make me wait.
Seems perfectly fine. Bless you. So we've got blood coming out of the mouth. That doesn't. What is? Is that a skin rash? Okay, stop. That might be a skin rash. It's just ketchup. Okay. I don't think it's herpes. No, I think it's actually rash. I think so. We might send him to the lab almost inevitably. But he's got blood coming out. Well, I got to send him to the lab anyway. He's got blood coming out of his mouth. We don't have that on here. Right? Because you have all these different conditions. What is that one going to be under? It's definitely an unknown symptom, but we'll do our due justice. Our due diligence. I mean, we'll do a check. Uh-oh. Lab rat? Yeah. All right. 143, 103. Why is there a comma? What did I say? 143. Wait, what did I say? I already lost what I said. $143, 103. That's what I said. Bless you. So elevated, elevated. Oh, I didn't mean to jump. Ah, ka-chow. I don't know. I just like using the wheel. I think that's the thing of it. All right, so that's just dirty. Oh, this guy's not wearing... Yeah, he's wearing like briefs. All right, there we go. Yeah, all that stuff on his face is definitely not okay. I don't see any bites. I don't see any bruising. I don't see any guts. No, seems okay. I mean, outside of the whole blood coming out of the face thing. Okay, his lungs are perfectly fine. Well, they have the colors on the pulsometer since I have no idea what's normal temp and Fahrenheit. I got, yeah. It's helped. The color is definitely helpful for sure.
You are in a
Infamously calm. Thank you for the gifted, dude. Thank you.
for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
I think, bless you. I think their insides look normal to an extent. Nothing weird. Okay. We're going to go ahead and we're going to mark you down with some unknowns. And then we're going to send you off to the lab. He's fine. Gotta scare him to stop the hiccuping. Yeah, yeah. Definitely a zombie. Well, I mean, not yet. He's not, but he's definitely going to turn into one. But before he tries to, we're going to go ahead and look at his insides. All right. What do we need? Go to the back. Yeah, let's go here. Nailed it. Nailed it. Give me that. All right. Wonder what the new symptom's going to be. It's got to be with the blood in the mouth, right? It has to be for sure. Hey, there it is. Let's go. Mouth bleeding. Perfection. Hey, Ping. Happy Sunday, friend. All right. Unlock all the symptoms in the chain and receive the following reward. Blah, blah, blah. So now whenever we go to check our symptoms, we now see that we have mouth bleeding and nose pus. Mouth bleeding and nose pus.
Personnel will not be tolerated.
So there's one more that we need to unlock for that, whatever that may be. All right. Oh, no. Oh, great. Well, I guess we're not sprinting for the rest of the day. Thank you, lab bug. There's a bug right now with the lab where whenever you do lab things, sometimes it removes your ability to sprint. And I can't do that now. Great. Irene, thank you for the subs. Next. That's fine. We'll just take our time. All right. So your insides are having a problem because you're already grabbing your stomach. First, we'll check your contraband. All right. That's no. Absolutely not.
If you find something, lie.
Bro, did you have a gaming PC in your backpack? What the? How does that fit in there? What the hell? Alina, hello?
You are in a quarantine.
Priorities.
Stay calm and wait for your turn.
I'm going down gaming.
Clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves.
Yeah, it fixes the following day, which is why I'm not worried about it.
For inspection.
All right, you definitely have freckles. Go ahead and mark those down. Okay, I love if when I hit X, it just quits. Unless, wait, hold on. If I do this. I just got to hit C again. That's what it is. Ka-chow. The book was not about smoking. No. No, they said we need to look out for a book about trying to quit smoking. Or what is it called? Yeah, how to quit smoking. Yeah. That's not that. Feel good. Look, you barely see that tattoo until you like go inside the shoe. All do we have? Oh, pfft. I was like, a pipe? No, never mind. It's a horseshoe. I was about to say, dude, I forgot that I got the, I have yet to see, I was about to say, since I've gotten the amplified, like whatever you call it, or where the breathing stuff is larger, I have yet to actually get one. That one disappeared. This one is apparently okay. You see how it's green? So what that tells you is it's sickly, but that's an okay thing. Let's check your insides, because apparently they're not doing so hot. Isn't that usually what that means? They're grabbing their stomach because something is wrong, like, inside. I don't see anything wrong, though. Is there something I'm missing? Believe so. I think so, too, but I don't know what to look for. Stomach means use x-ray, but doesn't mean something has to be wrong. Okay. It just makes you want to check. Internal bleeding, maybe? Oh, how would you know that it's internal bleeding? Where? Oh, what's that? Oh, what is that? She has gas? I don't think this is gas. Now... Oh, is that internal? Oh, that's internal bleeding, right? She ate Taco Bell. Oh my God. Okay. So we do have that. It's just, it was that. Both symptoms. I mean, all three of her symptoms are like okay things.
Quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing. Hats, glasses, and gloves.
Do we send her to quarantine or do we say that she's just sick? What do you guys think we should do? You have 3 x-rays not discovered. I know 2, but never got the 3rd. Yeah. Lab. She doesn't have anything. The lab is only for stuff we don't know. She is just sick, but it doesn't mean that she can't get worse.
You can't do this. Please.
Well, sure I can. I have a gun. Next.
Survivor.
Something looked yellow behind the entire... I think it's supposed to.
Sir.
Hey!
Please. I'm just tired, not sick.
Oh, there's the gaming mouse that went with the computer. All right. Someone in quarantine turns. Do they attack the other? Yes, they do. Yes, they certainly do. Oh, gross. What is around your eyes? New symptom? Maybe? She has eye pus? Yeah, but I don't have... I have nose pus. I don't have eyes. I don't have eye pus. We have yellow eyes, conjunctivitis, red eyes, which you would think conjunctivitis would cause, but yeah, we don't have eye gook as one of our symptoms. So she might be going to have a visit. Normal. Yep. Oh, yikers, dude. That's an awesome tattoo. So she has necrosis. So, all right, we don't have to feel bad about sending her to the lab at all. But we definitely will make sure to mark it down. All right, we need... Okay, eye bugs don't matter. Necrosis for sure. God damn it. Let's do breathing. That looks fine. Okay, what was that? Let's do a quick scan. Yeah, see how this one looks? Yeah, that yellow back there is normal. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'll make sure to mark unknown. Thank you. Oh, I got to make sure. Man, I always forget this. I forget this every damn time. No. Bag. They had a bag. No weapon. I got to make sure I'm marking that shit. I forget about it all the time. All right, breathing was fine. That was good. Reflexes were fine.
Stay calm and wait
Okay,
for your turn.
they've got eye boogies.
Remove
Their
your
internals
outer
seemed
clothing,
okay.
hats, glasses,
Am I missing
and
anything?
gloves.
Got the whole ring of it.
Present your belongings for inspection.
I think we're good. All right, to the lab. Oh wait. Unknown. All right, now to the lab. That's bullshit. I should be able to scan him. Must be a clean area. There's no raccoons over here. He doesn't have bones. Ah, gross. Phoenix, hello, friend. What do we need? Oh, we need that little guy. Where is that little guy? Is it in the front? I don't know. Let's just start ripping shit apart.
Report to the staff immediately.
There it is, right there. Got it. Take that little guy, put that little guy in there. Ew, gross. So much blood splatter. Phoenix, thank you for the 39 months, homie. Thank you. Cards of robots, maybe. There it is. We have eye gook. Let's go. We've unlocked all the symptoms in that chain. So mouth bleeding, eye pus, and nose pus. Delicious. So gross. So gross. Oh, the gallbladder. I'm on top of the world looking down. Oh, I should probably check my stuff, shouldn't I? Whoops. Whoops. We don't have any turned people in there, do we? No, we look okay. All right, survivors. We have 18 beds, which is enough. We have enough provisions for now. Power's good for now. I need to replenish those soon. And we have more than enough money to do so. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Next.
Come on.
Oh, we have a lot of people to go through. Don't you eyeball me?
It's the safe zone. My family is waiting for me.
Yeah, people that usually have their family waiting for them are usually infected. That seems okay. Good. Where's your bite mark? We know you're hiding it. Where's the bite mark? We know it's you. You can't hide us from us, Zed. All right, never mind. He's kind of got like nothing on him. All right.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and
Breathing
wait.
seems perfectly fine. What about a scan? Normal, I think. No internal bleeding. That's so bright when you're like standing on this side. Okay. I think they seem okay. The more suspicious you get, right? Yeah. Yeah, he seems okay to me. To the survivor block, homie. What does that sound? Is that the zombie? I don't want to go do that because I can't sprint. And it's going to take forever. All right, let's do this. It's fine. Schnabel, thank you so much for the 4 months, dude.
Lacey, if you find something, just lie, okay? I can't go back.
Yellow eyes. Eye pus. Uh-oh. What does the hammer do? It's for to test your reflexes. Temps are good. I mean, no matter what, you're going to hit the bricks. However, an unknown thing would be cool. Cool tattoos. Okay. Ads are going to happen in a minute, friends. Just a heads up. Cool little wolf. There's nothing there. Breathing. That's disappearing. Sickly breath. Why is that still there? Oh, I have to get it completely gone. Sickly. Hi, Archmage. Sickly breath. Okay. What about your scan? Start at the base. All right. There, looks fine. Looks fine. Looks fine. I say it looks fine. Okay, there's nothing new here that I can tell. So he's got the eye boogers, he's got yellow eyes, and that's it. Yeah. Always try to tap the hand. The reactions are way more obvious. Oh, when you hit him with the hammer on the hand? Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. Content Delta. Oh, my Lanta. Hello, sir. How's it going? Are the zombies? They're okay. Quarantine? No, there's no quarantine. They're literally infected.
You guys seem nervous. Is everything okay?
Nope, just sending you off to buy more Pringles. Dude, we have a lot of bodies stacked up. Holy shit. Hi, Rafa. Next.
I was helping others out there. Look, no bites.
Yeah, that sounds like something with bites would say. All right. Red skin, yellow eyes. Immediately. Did you feed your dog? I don't have a dog yet. I've got to get one. Red skin, yellow eyes. Gosh dang it. Why does that? Oh, is that the things that I have on the upgrade, like on the thing to check for contraband and stuff? Had one say no bites and they had 3. She looks gray. She doesn't look gray to me. No, she just looks red. Normal. Okay. No bites, she said. No bites. How do you get the dog? You need to have a turned survivor inside of quarantine, and then you can turn them into a pet. So we're trying to do that strategically, so that way we don't, you know, kill other people we don't have to. All right. Insides look... What a weird thing to say. Their insides look really good. Insides look real nice. Those are some normal insides. So you have 2 sickly things. Yellow eyes and red skin. Another quarantine? I can always quarantine them now, and then we can always switch it over and then make them okay if we want to. But I don't know. I like yellow eyes is just a sick symptom, but it just seems weird. It seems like something bad's gonna happen. So I have trust issues, Naomi.
This has to be a mistake.
It's not. Next.
Come on.
Oop, they're holding their gut. And they're...
Please, if you find something, lie. I can't go back.
They've got the jaw thing, which means that more than likely... Yeah, no reaction. So that's what that jaw thing means. That jaw thing means that they're going to have something happen different with the hammer. So they had an absent reflex. Completely absent.
Wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing.
Herpes face? No, I think it might be, but I think it's just dirt.
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Nope, it's not dirt. That does not even look like... Okay, maybe that is herpes. Yeah, that... Okay. Yeah, that looks like herpes. I'll shut up. All right, nothing else on the back. It's not. Thank you so much for the... Oh, thank you for the sub and thank you for the follow. Welcome in. All right, breathing. They look fine. Let's check your innards because you're holding your guts. Why are you holding your guts? They seem okay. Yeah. All right. Another one that is just sick, I think. Eventually, dude, I'm going to have to like... I'm going to have to let one of them through.
I have kids in there.
Okay. You'll eventually see them. It's fine.
Papers?
Dude's got 3 packs of cigs and a quit smoking book. Target item.
Good work,
I don't
Grunt.
deserve this.
Don't get used to the praise.
Got $1,200 for that. Anonymous, thank you for the gifted. Thank you. Oh, whoops. Normal. Let's say either have something extremely obvious or have nothing. Please. No, it just said about confiscating the book. It didn't say anything about confiscating the cigarettes, so I assume that I leave those alone. All right, breathing, it looks fine. Do a scan. Other than this whole thing. So this person writes down every mistake our staff makes and passes the report to the higher ups. Like, he seems okay, but do you take this to heart or is this flavor text and he's a survivor and we're fine? You know? That's what I'm curious about. You've got all that text there that says like, this dude's a piece of shit. You should probably kill him. But I have a feeling that it's okay once you get done the one part. Unwanted secret shopper. Yeah, he seems fine. Next. Hurry up. Next. Send him to the lab. Oh my God. Lo, thank you for the prime for the 11 months. Uh-oh, Stinky. You okay? You okay? What happened? Dude's got eye boogers. He's got eye boogers and mouth bleeding. Ugh. He must have had a Whopper. He's dripping ketchup everywhere. Boss, make sure you do your job. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. I know it was very aggressive. I do apologize. All right, stop holding your guts. I'm trying to scan you. There must have been some sale on this type of underwear because all of them are wearing it. Like all of them. So he's wearing a thong. I know most of them look like they're wearing a thong. Oh, is that just discolored? What the hell? That thing is blue, dude. And, oh, he's got, wait. Hold on. Homie is bleeding internally. Is that a color difference or is that way past color difference? To the lab? He was working in the lab. Hey, you better back off. Sabs, thank you for those sub. Welcome in. Yeah, let's go give it a try. The not being able to sprint thing is going to drive me insane. Don't think it's quite necrosis though. I'm wondering what it's going to be called. It's nice finding all these new symptoms. Try to get that list complete. He did the mash.
If you experience any symptoms, report to the staff immediately.
All right. Oh my God. Look at that. I'm helping you out, brother. Oh, yummy. Oh, delicious. Yummy. Who wants sketty? It's a bit nutty. A body rope. Yeah, moldy organ. Oh my God, you've unlocked all the symptoms in the chain. Nice. Ugh. Moldy organ. And there's another one there that we haven't seen yet. Ugh. Don't ruin spaghetti. Nah, I would still eat it. Hey, Shawshank, how are you? It wasn't what you spotted? What do you mean? Oh, no, no, no. What do you mean it wasn't what I spotted? No, we saw it. Unknown symptom.
Move it.
We knew that it was not the color difference. Oh, man, another. Oh, come on. You guys are so gross.
I think we were followed.
Hi, Mr. Song. The moldy organ's clearly blue. Oh, I know. I saw it. But the reason I was questioning it at first is because it was a different color. So I didn't know if they were like, it can just be an extremely different color or if it's what we found, which was moldy. Yeah. Never forgetty zombie spaghetti. That's right. All right. We're so infected. We're just dealing with all these guys. Oh, what's wrong with your beard, dude? You okay? We've got some nose boogers and we've got some mouth bleeding. Okay. Let's do a quick temp check. You have to go through the entire inspection because the better you do with the inspection, the more money you get. So it's fine. There is a math. You did see a math. Mr. Content Delta. Uh-oh. Actually, you know what I didn't do yet? Hold on. Lug nut. Fixed it. There we go. Uh-oh. Stinky. Looks like someone was a victim of a bite mark. All right. All right. You had a little nibble on you. You know, we don't judge too much here, but we judge at least a little bit. They're math, like half of them are wearing thongs. Over half, like 80%. Oh, sir, of course. Of course. All right, so that's beyond sickly. It is non-specific respiration. Non-specific. Let's check a scan. See, now I'm understanding a little bit more about what to look for, like when it comes to like the scan. Because at first, I guess I was just confused exactly what I was looking for. I'm understanding a bit more now. All right, that seems okay. I mean, the rest of you doesn't seem okay. You're definitely going to go. Yeah, bye.
You can do this.
Bye, Scott
Almost
Phillips. Okay, love you. Now,
Identification verified.
this.
Quarantine status stable. No incidents reported.
I don't know. Some of them seem like they just had like, okay, piece of shit. Sickly things. Like we have some 0 days in there, but then we have like these two that were the 1 day. Now I feel like she might be okay. I think I could put her into Gen Pop because she was getting better. You have the check gun thingy? The check gun thingy? What? What is a check gun thingy? I did have, oh yeah, oh the syringe. Oh, you're right.
I don't have
Her, I think she's okay. She was the one that had, she's sick, but she had red bruising and the red bruising is gone. I think we're going to let her through. Now, one of them, though, this is the other guy that's the one day. You know what? We're going to stab him.
This place is filthy.
Oh, yeah?
What's wrong with you?
I'm checking your weenie.
The subject is not infected.
He's clean. He's just pissed all the time. Weenie blood. It worries me because I remember in the demo I did that and it was wrong. But, you know, based on it says he's not infected. Some people just have anger issues. Yeah, he's just a dick. What are you laughing about?
Identification verified.
Something funny?
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn.
He's just an asshole.
Remove your
Yeah.
outer clothing.
All right.
Pass
We will leave them in there. We've done a full inspection of them,
your
so we'll sleep.
belongings for inspection.
Check syringe, not infected, grab gun and end him anyway. You know, I thought about it. The maniacal laughter on the way back there, unnecessary. Let me check and see if we need to do some let's do this. Resupply. It's $500. That's worth it. We can look at upgrades here soon too. I just want to make sure that we have enough supplies. $320. We haven't even used that many. Resupply max $500. Looking good. I still have $21,000. Sheesh. Sheesh. Chemical detector, rot detector, and then symptom scanner. Ooh, that's cool. That's cool. All right, let's check upgrades here. Those are all upgraded. I need 500 research to unlock the next zone level. Almost there. Let more survivors in. We have enough room for even more, but I think upgrading the tents could be a really good idea. I think you're right. Flying Turnip, thank you for the 2 months. If you guys have not earned your drops yet, you can earn them here, by the way. You should be earning them here. Oh, I can't do it yet. We have to get to the next one. I can't. There's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do about it. Bloodwing, thank you for the 2 months. You just got your last drop. Hell yeah. They go until, if you do exclamation point drops, it should tell you how long they go for. What about quarantine? Nope. The next zone level, nothing I can do. Let's go ahead and upgrade the scanner. There you go. It goes to the 23rd. So it's the 18th. We have time. And then there we go. And then the rot detector, we have to wait. There's nothing we can do about that. Any other upgrades we can make? Scanner's nice. Rot generally means contraband body parts. Okay. So I assume for the past few streams that this would be a highly recommended. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's great. I would very highly recommend it for sure. Yep. Yep. Upgrades. Let's spend the money. Let's do it. Clinic. Upgrades. Treats up to 25. You know, I'm going to wait on that one. I feel like the sick people thing, we've been totally fine. Do you have to be subbed to get drops? No. No, there's 4 drops available that you don't have to, you just have to watch for. There's one that is available that is something you have to sub for or gift a sub, and that's to get the raccoon skin. Have we even seen a raccoon recently? I feel like for the most part, they've been staying away. You just gonna stand there? Can I turn you into a pet? Okay. He's just doing yoga. Oh. Oh, all right. Well, carry on. I think you got it. Man, I wanted to show the raccoons. I'll try to show you the next day because then I'll have my sprint back. There's nothing I can do about it. Anything else special in here? We got the grenade, the cart, the gun, the chainsaw. Anything else special in here? Dorito, what up, homie? Hi, how are you? Who gave this guy a gun? Somebody that wants to be protected from zombies. Duh. Miss Cherub, thank you so much for the 5 months. Cat, thank you for the prime. All right, let's go to bed. Good night. Next. On the table, one of the areas. I think I found, I'm sure there's a few that I still need to find that are around the camp that I haven't seen yet. We'll get there. All right. Day 15. We have 12,000 left. We spent a bunch of monies on upgrades and stuff. No deaths on the block. Nice. Father's burden? Wait and see how events unfold. What does that mean?
New directives are now available. Check the bulletins board immediately.
Hold on. Before I do that, though, I kind of want to check and make sure there's no rogue zombies. Chilling chat. Riding the horse. I also see no raccoons. Like, come on. Not a single one. Wait. Oh, I didn't check that. Oh, no. Once you get your drops, if you're confused about where you're supposed to turn them on, if you go to gameplay and go down, they're right here. This is where you turn all of them on. Our joint's too clean. It's too clean. Holy shit. Hey, get out of there, you freak. Are they small? Yeah, they're pretty small. They're not very large, but man, I have none. Now, the nice thing is if we send somebody over here that is a zombie and like if their symptoms get worse when we look at them over here, then we can give them a pop. Check the lab area. Okay. I'm doing a quick like once over. You look very fancy. Wee wee. Jesus Christ. Just okay. 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 I don't know what it is with the random zombies that are just around because they don't seem to care that much. That scared the shit out of me. It scared me just a little bit. Are you healthy? Hey, 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 hey. You were just lying down. What? Okay. Yeah, there's no raccoons over here. What? You know what there is though? You can go over here. Is it right here? Wait, where's the door? How do I get over there? Doesn't that usually open up? Or do I have to parkour over there? Oh, it won't let me parkour over there. Not that one. Oh, the different one over there. I thought I could do both sides. Is it just the front and over there? In the supply area. Because there's the front and then there's this one. Any raccoons? Any raccoons? No raccoons. All right. I've already collected this. Why do I have to collect that again? All right. Hi. Okay. Good night, dude. Took 4 shots. Probably hiding around the lab. Yeah, we'll go check. So when you kill these, by the way, if you come over here and do this for funsies. What is there? A drop shot? What is happening? You get a little bit of monies. 75 bucks. That ain't bad. He's head to the range. That's right. All right. We'll go check the lab real fast and then we'll continue on so we can continue with the day. Not a single freaking raccoon. God, we got to dirty this place up. On truck. What is on truck? They can stop us now. I'll tell you how. Oh, that doesn't work. Oh, there we go. Cool. Ruby. Let's go check what the objective
Attention.
is.
Evacuation convoy arriving today.
The kids aren't all right. There's a 16-year-old girl who escaped a local orphanage. They say the place was exceptionally cruel. Beatings, injections, exposure. You'll recognize her by the symptoms. If she shows up, send her straight to quarantine. We need information about the monsters who did this to her. Oh boy. Hello, friend. Oh, look, he came up here to greet the new people. Hey, little buddy. You can go say hi. Look, he's going to go say hi. What a gentleman. Absolute.
You understand why we can't remove the contraband from survivors ourselves, right? It's, well, some people think hiding items deep inside their bodily cavities will work. But that's why we have Charlie. He's our specialist for these types of extractions. Quiet guy, used to work in a morgue. Not exactly the chatty type. If you spot anything on the x-ray, just call him over. He'll handle it.
Oh my God. Internal contraband. If you spot harmless items inside a survivor's body, you may either remove or leave. It takes all kinds, and we have bigger fish to fry. If you spot weapons, drugs, or other prohibited items, make sure to remove them immediately. They pose an immediate risk to the safety of the checkpoint or to their bum. Do not try to remove objects on your own. Simply mark an item for extraction, and Charlie, our specially trained enthusiast of all things messy, will handle the dirty work. Oh, dirty work. There's no need for all that language. That's gross. All right, how are you all doing?
Identification verified. Quarantine status stable.
After day 1,
No
how are we
incidents
doing?
reported.
Yeah, you fart with that grenade and it's game over.
Believe me.
Believe what? Your herpes don't look any better, ma'am. Sammy, thank you for the follow. Embrace, welcome in. What were your symptoms? Absent reflex and herpes. Okay, well, my game lagged. Okay, reflexes are normal. Does that mean you're getting better? Your jaw looks normal. I think she might be okay. I mean, the face herpes need to go, but beyond that, though, I think she's okay. Is this finally the full release? It is. Yeah, it's been out for a little bit now. Our survivor block is completely full. Do I have enough to upgrade by chance? No. I have 18 survivors in that block. Jordan, thank you for the gifted to Jenna. Oh, wait, isn't this the last day, though? This is the last day, right? Yeah. Today's evac anyway. Yeah. All right, let's check your innards. You're still grabbing your tum-tum. Grabbing your tum-tum. No discoloring. Everything looks okay. No bleeding. No anything. No, I think she's just grabbing her stomach to grab her stomach. I think she seems okay. You know what?
Thank you. Please, stay safe yourself.
Her heart? Did her heart seem weird?
Convoy arriving today.
Hold on. Oh God, I'm stuck on the door. Did it look off before, do you think? Hey, ma'am, can you stop moving, please? I want to take a look. Ma'am. Oh, Jesus. Ma'am, slow it down. Ma'am. I'm going to check you in here. She's got a place to go, and I'm waiting for her to settle. I'm wondering, though, did her heart look weird before, and then it looks the same now? Hi, Chuck. Hey, don't throw a dart in my face or anything. What? Why can't I check?
If you experience any symptoms,
Look,
report
what?
to the staff immediately.
There we go. Would you stop moving around? Holy shit, lady. Sit, take a nap, do something. Oh my God. I can't change the scan either. What seemed off about her heart? She's holding her tummy. She's got to poop. She's got to poop. It was bloody. Was it bloody before, though? That's the question. I'll keep checking them, but we'll see. What did you have? Freckles, sickly breath, internal. Freckles are gone.
Make me turn back now.
Yeah. The color looked different. Right. But I'm just curious what it looked like the first time we scanned her, if I missed it. Yeah. All right. Your freckles are gone. Okay. What else do we have? Sickly breath and internal bleeding. Still has sickly breath. Oh, yeah. I didn't do that on her, did I? Touche. Internal contraband. Oh, my God. Gross. All right. You had internal bleeding. You still have internal bleeding, it looks like. But the freckles have gotten better. So she had freckles before, and she does not have freckles now. I think it looked normal. It seemed, that's what I'm saying. It seemed okay to me too, but maybe I'm losing it. If you see excellent inspection, then it means you got all the symptoms right. Yeah. I've made a mistake. Oh no. I just realized what mistake I made. Here, I'll correct it. I've made a mistake. This was the mistake. I'm sorry. I totally forgot. I moved my camera so you could see all that stuff. I totally forgot. I'm so sorry. All right. That seemed okay. Hey, Hyper. I think she's okay. We forgive. Aw, thanks. Aw, shucks. You seem okay, lady. We're gonna let you through. You're up. See, because now you can see that stuff. You see the stuff in the top right?
Identification verified.
I moved it last time and totally forgot.
I don't have any symptoms, see?
You keep saying it like that, though, and it's really strange the way you say it. Yellow eyes, red skin. She no longer has yellow eyes. But she does still have red skin. So I think she's getting better, too. Damn. Clearing out quarantine. I'm just doing like a quick scan. Tattoos seems fine. Do you have any sickly breaths? No sickly breath. But she flipped you off. I know. Some of them get really angry, and that's not really nice when you're trying to save their life. Seems okay, right? Man, we're gonna have lots of people to send away.
Attention. Evacuation convoy arriving today.
So whenever we see anything, we come over to him, right? If we see anything in anybody's butt.
Don't make me wait.
Come on. Ms. Tato Head.
My son. He was headed for this checkpoint. He's about 20, blonde hair, wearing a black jacket. Have you seen him?
20, blonde hair, wearing a black jacket. You killed him. Did we kill him?
What? No. That can't be. He was just a kid. You'll pay for this.
Yeah, I felt like that was coming. Yeah, bet you regret that. Jerk. Next.
Move it.
Don't mind him.
I know the rules. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't okay.
You say you know the rules, then why did that metal detector just go off? Did she swallow a grenade? I need to confiscate that, right? Holy shit. It says to immediately confiscate it. Well, how do I do that? That's a spicy meatball. Well, I assume that it's been taken from her body now. Yeah, it's gone. Ah! You feeling okay now, ma'am? Holy shit. I mean, that's crazy talk. Like swallowing it, not even putting it up her butt. Like, what the hell? What the hell? I'll tell you though, Charlie's fast. We don't question Charlie. No, no, no. Charlie's a pro. We let Charlie do what Charlie does. Remember, he's trained for messes. But they can be sent to Survivor with green, right? Well, if it's green, it's not necessarily something wrong, but maybe am I wrong for assuming that it could be that they could still have something wrong? Like that they could get sick? Did they? Was this normal? That right there, is that normal? Right there where my dot is? Need to grab the grenade from Charlie's tray. Oh.
You're
Ah.
Why?
Yeah, because you swallowed a grenade, asshat. Why do you think? All right.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for
Internal
your turn.
contraband,
Remove your outer clothing,
weapon.
hats, glasses, and gloves.
I don't think she swallowed
Prepare
it.
your belongings
I think
for
she tripped and
inspection.
sat on it. And it went into her stomach? What the f... All right. So we think that that's normal? Does that mean you can use it now? No. I think she's okay. She doesn't have any symptoms other than the grenade in the ass or stomach or whatever. Yeah. Anything in her teeth? No, no food in her teeth. They seem okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Please stay safe.
Next.
yourself.
Can we hurry this up? I have a stream to get to.
You say there's a stream to get to? You know what it makes me think of? Makes me think of Half-Life. Why could I do that? Oh my god. It's Dan's Gaming. Video game streamer who just wants to stream some games. A little zombie outbreak isn't going to stop his grind. If you remember, we had Dan as one of my cards in the box that I got. Yeah, Dan's a streamer. Yeah. That's great. That's him. Don't be sick. Don't be sick. We want you to survive, Dan. No, I have not had a DBD survivor because I would have to restart my campaign to be able to see it. They did put streamers in the game. I had no idea. That's awesome. Have you run across? No. All right. That seems okay. All right, Dan, I'm going to hit you down here. Okay, big guy. All right. Make it like it's a tattoo. Like it's a tattoo. All right. No infections that I can tell. Like no bruising, no cuts, no bites. I didn't have to restart my campaign to get a DBD survivor. Ooh, okay. I'll keep my eyes peeled. That'd be great. I'm not groin checking Dan. No, I'm not going to do it. You can't make me. Oh, the guy with the skeleton hands. Oh, yeah. I did run into him. Yes. He was my thumbnail. All right, Dan, we're going to look at your insides. I hope you don't mind.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
I know it's yellow normally there. Does that look normal? Does that look normal? It looks, there's something weird. I don't know what that is. I know it's always yellow, but it looks off. Like something looks strange. I don't know what looks weird about it. Look, I don't want to have to send him to the lab, but I might have to. Looks like gunk. I might have to. We're going to end up, he's going to be a survivor and he's not going to be sick. It's always like that. If you guys that play a lot say that it always looks like that, I trust you. You're going to be contraband up your butt, do you? No? Okay. Sure, it's fine. Okay. Well, if we send him through and he's just, you know.
Okay, I guess.
Next survivor.
It's fine. Uh-oh.
You're really starting to piss me off.
I was that close to shooting him in the face. I was very close. All right. We've got mouth bleeding. He said I'm pissing him off. So, I mean, would that be anger? I mean, does he? That's, yeah, anger for sure. Yep. A-hole is angry. We definitely have aggression. He's grinding. He's gritting his teeth because he's a jerk. Yeah. Now you can be angry. Dick. All right, let's check his insides. Like, It is yellow. Like, I can't tell with Dan's if it just looked like almost like a graphical glitch. It seems okay. Like, that's the way it's meant to be. You know? All right. You look good to go to liquidation. But you know what, though? We really don't like you. Next.
You are in a quarantine zone.
Don't bother checking. There's nothing valuable left.
Remove your outer clothing.
Your skin, ma'am, matches your sweater and your shoes. That's crazy. She looks like if you were to like be at a baseball game and they have a race against like ketchup and mustard and stuff like that. I wonder what she's going to be. Okay. So we definitely have green skin and we have nose gook. Yikes. Zolpidemic, thank you for the 16 months. Spooky, thank you for the follow. Holy moly, lady. All right. Oh, I need to be careful. I almost, oh, that would have been bad. She's golden. Yeah, like Golden Kappa. When am I going to play Phas? Whenever I play Phas. I played it earlier today. Yeah. If you want to watch Phas, you can always go to the 24/7 channel. That's running it right now. All right. Let's mark down. That was... Wait, I keep forgetting. It was elevated temp. Not... It was elevated temp, not high temp. Just elevated. All right, so we did the temps. Let's do a nice little reaction here. Boop. She's shiny. I mean, she's just yellow. I think that's just a tattoo. I think. She does have some boogies. She definitely does. Make sure to check her hands. Make sure there's no blood or anything. No bites. Okay. Let's see. Let's do breath. Okay. Breathing is fine. Now we'll check your innards. I think it's okay. I think it's all right. Can I make a video? Well, I'm not going to make an entirely separate video just for video or graphic settings. I always show it whenever I'm playing. Yeah. So the next time I play, I'll just pull up the video settings and stuff. I'm not going to make like a full YouTube video on video setting. That would be a 30-second video.
Attention.
Yeah.
Evacuation convoy arriving today.
Quarantine? No, not quarantine. We're going to go ahead. Oh, look, a raccoon. We're going to go ahead and send her off to liquidation. She hasn't been mean or anything, so we're not going to...
Death sentence, right?
Oh, I could have stuck her in quarantine. Oh, you're right. Okay, well, hopefully we need... You know what? You're right. Hopefully somebody else is infected.
You are in a quarantine zone.
Don't bother checking. Damn. There's nothing valuable left.
You're right, Unicorn. I didn't even think about it.
Hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare
Didn't even think about it.
for inspection.
Okay, temps are good. Reflexes are fine. Don't forget to clean quarantine. What do you mean? Yikers, we got bruising. Do I need to clean quarantine? What the hell is that? That's new. Wait, how old are you? They're 16. Oh, this has got to be them. Beatings, injections, exposure. Send her to quarantine. This has got to be her. Oh, wait. I didn't do the inspection completely yet. Let's just make sure. Better safe than sorry. She could be sneaking a grenade up her butt. Nothing. All right. To quarantine.
Good work, Run.
Out loud.
Yeah, that was her.
Used to the praise.
That was her.
Come on.
Now, I wonder with her in quarantine, is she in quarantine because she's actually sick or not, right?
Too much.
Oh, your mouth is all fun. Oh my God. Okay, whatever that is, yeah, you're going to the lab. You're absolutely going to the lab. So you have an unknown. You have red bruising. Let's finish the inspection. Skin condition. Does it actually show up in the game like that too? I don't even know how to pronounce it. It's where like your skin like in patches like that can be completely like pale, right? Vitiligo? Yeah, but that has to be something in the game. I don't think that they're just like, no. It's just something that some people have. Yeah, I know there's people with it. I've seen them with it. That's not the question at hand. Oh. Absent reflexes. It's not a symptom to discover. We're just going to this is the first time I've seen it out of 15 days. 15 days. First time I've seen that.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn.
Is it vitiligo? 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 Hi. It's not common. No. No, but in 15 days, it's the first time I see it randomly. Yeah. Oh, hello, raccoon. Hi, little buddy. Okay. Oh, nope. Sickly breath. Sickly breath. The I is like the I in is and in. Oh, like vitiligo or vitiligo. Vitiligo. I got nothing. I'm trying. Okay, those disappeared. Next. Normal. Normal. No contrabands. But you do have red bruising. And an well, okay, I guess so. If that's just something that some of the survivors do have, then it's not a symptom. I like the way you grasp the device. Thank you, Kel. But she still has to go to quarantine anyway.
Sure. What else could go wrong?
I mean, a lot of things. Game time. Thank you for the 9 months.
Are you sure this area is secure?
I don't know. Yellow eyes and freckles. We're trying to make it secure. Thought you saw blue organ. I did not, but I could also be wrong. Now that I sent the teenager to quarantine, am I good to take them out of quarantine? Yeah, okay. Reflexes. Never tried. We'll give it a try. Nice shoes, bruh. All right. No bites, no cuts, no marks, no nothing. Just the freckles so far. Breathing. Liquidation full send. 6 foot. Get out of here. How do you, like, how? Like, I don't understand. Like, look at this.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn.
Do work.
Hats, glasses, and gloves.
That's what you get. Like, why would you try to sneak it in like that? Yeah, another grenade. That's inhaling it, right? I thought I saw something a different color. Dude had a shell
really, I
and a
promise.
grenade in his butt. All right, so we got to be extra careful when we're doing these inspections. Remember under the tongue? Thank you, Mr. Kill. All right. Other than the... Oh, he has freckles and yellow eyes. Do we send him to survivors?
Identification verified. Quarantine status.
Wait, was she the one that we can let go?
Incidents reported.
A singular bum bullet. That's correct.
Give me a second. This is all too much.
You're okay. Get out of here, you crazy kids.
Attention. Evacuation convoy arriving today.
He has yellow eyes, but it is a sick condition. It is not something to necessarily be worried about. So that's the thing that I keep getting, I guess, not confused necessarily, but just uncertain of. And that's with these conditions like this. He has two conditions that are sick, but they're not infected. So that makes me wonder if it's just sick and it is not sick and infected. Do you just full send say, yeah, they're good? Or is it, no, they could become sick? Sir Lord, thank you for the prime. Thank you. Nothing bad can happen to her. That's right. We let her go. We let her out of there. We let her out of there. So that's what I'm wondering. That's the part that confuses me. I don't know. I kind of just want to let him go. I usually send people with only green to the survivors and haven't had trouble with it yet.
Calm and wait for your turn.
Let's give it a try.
Nothing bad is gonna happen to you.
Well, we hope not.
Move it.
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Hi.
I'd give anything and everything to wake up from this nightmare.
Wouldn't we all, friend? Wouldn't we all? Yellow eyes. Anything standing out? Nice pants. Isn't that what quarantine is for? Yes, it is. But that's what I like. I'm being questioned about it, so it's making me question. If somebody is sick and they're not infected, it's a green check to say that they're okay. So I'm trying to understand the mechanic of the game where if they are sick, but it is not a sick or infected, is it like, no, that's okay. They're going to need a med kit instead of, well, no, this could turn into an infection. You know what I mean? That seems okay. No, that metal detect, that doesn't mean that he has those things. It means that it can detect those things. Normal reflex. All that is just dirt. Sick symptoms are fine. Sick or infected, go to quarantine. You're right. That's where my head is right now. So that's what we'll try to stick to. Like, yes, they're sick, but they're just going to need a med kit and then they'll be fine. Let's look at your insides. Why are you grabbing them? Ooh, yikers. Dude's got some internal bleeding. Icky. Hey, what's up, Artsy? Internal bleeding. I don't see any discoloration. I do see... Ew. Dude's got a hog up his ass. All right. Charlie, I'm gonna need you to take care of that, please.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn.
Anything else up there? No? Hey.
Glasses and gloves.
All right, he's got 2 sick symptoms, which seem okay. So we're gonna go. We're gonna send him over to the survivor block.
See you on the other side.
Ads are about to play, by the way, friends. Just a heads up. Next.
Please. My wife's already inside. She's waiting for me.
Oh. Now wait a minute.
Identification verified.
Oh, he's gonna turn. This could be our pet.
Attention. Evacuation convoy arriving today.
But I have someone else in there. Do I like? Do I just leave them in there and let them get turned? You know? Oh no, I'm not supposed to take them. Nope. Take the contraband. It wasn't contraband. I wasn't supposed to take those. I was supposed to leave it. Incorrect information. Sacrifice? I think I have to. Because I don't trust. I don't trust the other person in quarantine. All right, red eyes. I thought that would get me there faster. We have a bloody mouth. Let's do our inspection just to be sure. Yeah, you can leave safe items. Well, yeah, just learn that for sure. Oh, yeah, marking of the contraband. Well, no, because it's no. It's not contraband. No, the reason that I lost money with this is because it wasn't considered contraband. So I don't need to mark contraband because it's not contraband. All right. Temps. Oh, wrong thing. We have high temps. Bless you. How's your reflexes? Those are fine. All right. Oh, yeah. Yeah. He's got rash for sure. Well, weapons and drugs, not hot dogs and beer bottles. No cuts. No cuts. No bites. Couple of tattoos. No sickly breathing. Is it a mandatory requirement? No, it is not. It's just an extra thing. You just get extra money for it if you do it successfully. And then you got to make sure you feed your pet too. No internal bleeding. Nothing looks discolored. You shove anything up your ass? No, it doesn't look like it. All right. So he should be fully marked up. Mouth bleeding, red eyes, high temp. So I sent him to quarantine. Oh, the rash.
You are in a quarantine zone.
Yeah,
Stay
definitely has a
calm
skin
for your
rash.
turn. Remove your outer clothing.
You can't do this.
Excellent inspection. Yeah.
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
So we have a feeling that one right there, Riley might turn. That's why he's going to turn. Yes, 100%. I have to risk it. I have to let her get eaten because I can't let her go. If I let her go, or what I do is I send her to the lab and I sacrifice her. Maybe we send her to the lab. I mean, she's gonna get got anyway, right? Syringe. I don't think I have any more in the syringe. Oops, wrong thing. God dang it. Yeah, I don't have any more. We could let him get his eats on, you know? She doesn't have anything different about her, so the lab isn't going to be very helpful. That's the thing. If I leave her here, then he gets a snack. Yeah. It's his wife anyway. No, that's... What were her symptoms? I don't even remember at this point. Let me double check just so I can see.
I can't.
Sickly breath, absent reflex, but she has red bruise. The red bruise. That's what it was. Yeah. Yep. So it's possible that she could get better, but we just can't risk it. I think we might leave her here just to be a sacrifice. Yeah, we could send her to the lab, get a couple extra bucks, but you know what though? I want our guy in there to be nice and full.
Just my luck.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Verified. Attention. Evacuation convoy arriving today.
Okay. All right. Convoy time. I'm not even going to worry about it, so I'm not sweating it that much. Trying to start the evacuation. So, quota was 14. We have 26 people. 26. I need more science, I think, than anything. Honestly, I think that's the biggest is we need more of these points. So I'm probably going to send, I'm guessing the next quota is going to be like 16 or 17 or something like that. More than likely, right? Fill up the trucks. Yeah, let's go. 4, there's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So there's 10. Do I care enough to send any to the military? Ooh, if I send 18, well, we could just send 18 to science. Because we get I'm going to get 3 syringes for that. We have $19,000, right? To science. Keep her going. Yeah. We could go all the way to 22. We could. Do we think I'm going to get enough survivors to meet the next quota? I could save 4 of them. Oh, look, it's Dan. So we're going to get 4 syringes and we're going to get 250 science points. I think we keep 4 to be safe. I think that's the way to go. We're going to keep all 4 of you. Yeah. That's the way. Sneaky, thank you so much for the gifted, friend. Cool. Groovy. So now, if we look at our rations, our provisions, look at that. We have tons of food in the canteen. What the hell? Yeah, I know. If we had a pet, I know. I'll have one in the next one, though. Military guy, I know. Well, F that guy right back. All right. Guess we sleep now. I don't know what was happening. I don't know. I'm not sure. It's okay. It's fine. Day 16. 19,000 bucks. Pass infected. Nice. You didn't admit any infected survivors into the block. Lovely. Sent 22.
We've got some new equipment.
Day 21 is the next checkpoint.
Georgie's eyes lit right up. Go see him.
New equipment. New equipment. So
directives are now available. Check the bulletins board immediately.
I heard a hissing noise. That was weird. Anyway. Yeah. Email system. No. It's a vertical layout. If you tap on the screen and you click on go to classic view, it'll change it back. You know what we should do? We should do a zombie check. I've been getting random zombies inside of my base that are like glitched into the ground. Just to be sure. Okay. Point-wise, if we check our upgrades, we have enough. Bam. So, generator 4, canteen 3, tent 4, quarantine 4, the rot detector, the symptom scanner displays the symptom types suspected for the survivor. A suspected symptom doesn't always mean that it's present. So it just gives you a better idea of what to check for. Faster layer switching for the Matty. Ooh, the new thing. All right, let's check on this first.
Special delivery. Check it out. They call it a modioscope.
Modioscope.
It lets you peek into the retina. Perfect for peeping the actual virus itself.
Ooh, modioscope. A powerful... I don't know how to pronounce that. Ophthalmological tool for observing the virus. Use the madioscope to zoom in and pan across the survivor's retina. Certain ocular parasites and anomalies indicate infection. Survivors with drooping eyelids may have potential symptoms that require the madioscope for confirmation. Drooping eyelids.
Ever heard the saying, eyes are the window to the soul? You probably won't find any souls. Take a look. Maybe we'll get lucky.
Verified.
Oh, they haven't turned yet. Oh, this is unfortunate.
No incidents reported. You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your
Oh, that's unfortunate. I don't... Anybody else I stick in quarantine is basically asking for it. Maybe she improved. Yeah, let's check her. We know that he... Well, I mean... No, he's infected. I mean, he's basically
Can't find
gone.
my glasses. Again. Did the rats steal them again?
Sorry if I'm slow.
I
It's
hate
hard
this
to think
place.
straight.
What, objective complete? Yeah, sure. Red bruise is still there. Absent reflex and sickly breath. Oh, Jesus. Ow, you son of a bitch. Okay, so absent reflex has gotten worse. It has gone from absent reflex to hyper aggressive reflex. I think she's getting worse. Anyone whose quarantine's cooked, I think both of these are going to turn. She's getting spicy. Yeah. Anything else, lady? She's mean. Oh, I can check her eyes now with the madioscope. Oh, yeah. Let's do the thing. She'll be the first one. All right, ma'am. I don't know what I'm looking for yet, but let's go find out. The madioscope allows you to examine the eye in detail, pan and zoom in to perform a thorough inspection. Some anomalies may be hidden further back near the... Near the optic nerve. What the... Move across the eye, switch the inspection layers up and down and adjust the focus. Okay, so this is moving. Oh God, okay. Ah, I see. I see, get it? So, I don't see anything. I see nothing. Nothing there. Yeah, and at the bottom of the screen, that's nice. It tells you what you're looking for. We see none of that. We see 0. Oh my God, is there another layer? What the shit? How many layers are there? Okay, there's 3. It looks like there's 3 layers. Okay. So they're getting worse, but their eyes seem okay. Let's check their breath. That's the wrong one. Wrong one. Still sickly. Three layers, but you can see stuff beyond the 3 layers when there is something. Okay, I didn't see anything there. She's getting worse. We're just gonna put her back in quarantine.
Sure. What else could go wrong?
Your whole life. Why not send her to the lab? She doesn't have anything that's unknown. The whole point of sending to the lab is that there's something you don't know and you're trying to discover. That's why. Hello.
Give me a second.
Nice pants.
This is all too much.
That's what she, okay. Maybe we look for some, maybe we look for some upgrades. Like the rot detector. Yeah. Ooh, symptom scanner. Dude, I'm upgrading that fully. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. 4,000 bucks. We can increase the capacity of quarantine. That might be worth it too. What do we have? A Toxic Avenger. A civilian is heading your way with a backpack full of Limburger cheese. The smell is so bad, even the dead avoid him. Confiscate it. Oh boy. So we're looking for somebody with cheese. Cheese. If someone in quarantine has high temp and heart rate, but after 2 days doesn't have one of those symptoms anymore, can I send them to survivor block? I feel like the rule of thumb has been if they are getting better in any way, that you can typically let them go. You could use the lab to have some fun with someone's brain. Okay. Hey, she worked hard on those eyebrows, okay? It's the apocalypse. What do you want? Damn. All right, nothing I can see there. Seems fine. Nothing. Nope, looks good. Check her breaths. No, that's fine. Give her a scan. You're not hiding anything up your butt, are you? We had someone with a bottle and a wiener earlier. All right, I don't see any contraband. Damn, dude, I think she's okay. Oh, eyeballs. Eyeballs. Oh, yeah, eyeballs. It'd be kind of nice to see something. Oh, hey, there's something there. So that's okay. I don't mark it or anything, do I? Oh, I can see the... Oh. Oh, you can see the layers underneath. Oh, I see. Okay. Let's go all the way down. Look at that thing. So that's one of the things that's on the green check. Where did they go? I just saw them. Oh, there they are. So that's on the green check. That's okay. We did see, I don't know where it is. Oh, there they are. These guys are also on the green check. They're okay. So it's, yes, they have stuff in their eyes, but it's nothing that's infected. Select them? How do you select them? Are you supposed to select them or are we guessing? Oh, well, yeah, in the symptom chart, you can't select them in here. All right, ma'am. Oh, she does have droopy eyes. All right, so she has the ocular helmet. She's got the spicular bacteriums and the adenoviral bodies, and she has nothing else, which are all 3 check marks. Yeah, look at you, just speaking loudly. You have no idea what you're talking about. That's all she has. So if that's the case, to the survivor block you go.
See you on the
Remember what we're looking for. We are looking for somebody with Limburger cheese.
Next survivor.
Limburger cheese.
I just need to get to the safe zone. My family is waiting.
Oh, yeah. Bless you. So we need to check. Now, I wonder how accurate it is. Like, do I not need to check those at all now? I think we might have to do some trial and error. Because this is telling me what we need to check. It's saying we need to check the body, temp and pulse, and then their eyeballs. Yeah? Not 100%. What the hell's the point of that? So I have to check everything anyway? Well, it says it's not 100%, but when it says it's not 100%, what I'm wondering is, are there things that it's not picking up, or is it that it wants you to check these things, it just might not have those things? I used the scanner all the time and still let through a zombie. That's silly. Oh, you've got eye boogers. And yep. And he has droopy eyes too. High temp. He's got eye boogers. He's got droopy eyes, so we'll have to check his eyeballs. Bless you. Suggestions not guarantee. Yeah, like I'm gonna check everything anyway. So I guess that's not really helpful for me. Oh look, he's bitten. Like, if you're going to check everything anyway, I guess I don't know what the hell the point of that is. Oh, that was weird. Hi, little buddy. Run. He's going to infect you. Run. Recent patch did mention fixing people turning in the block that had no symptoms. Oh, interesting. Okay. I check things based off signs that they're giving, not the scanner, because it's not 100% every time. Right. It's like I check everything anyway. Because there's some things that are not going to be a symptom, but you're going to find it anyway. Now, that metal detector went off when he came through. Is that a bone in his bones, next to his bones? So I'm getting a bone removed? Oh, is that a zombie bone? Infected because it's like bloody? Contaminated baggage? If you discover zombie body parts while inspecting baggage. Well, we didn't inspect it while we didn't see that with inspecting baggage. We saw it when we checked his body. So if I click on that, will it tell me? On the scanner, it went off for rotten flesh and it was telling you what to check. Make sure that it is a zombie. What did it say that? Don't touch. Yeah. He has eye gook. Oh, yeah. He's infected. He has high temps and eye pus.
Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing.
I kind of want to touch it.
Glasses and gloves.
I kind of want to touch it so it'll tell me what it is.
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Zombie part seized. I just lost $10. Okay. Well, that way now. Okay, now I know. Now I know. So he had a zombie part, which means he had contaminated baggage. I mean, he was going to be gone anyway. Yeah. He was going to be gone anyway you slice it. Look at this dude. He's got a bite mark. He's got contaminated baggage, eye pus, and high temps. Yeah, it's worth it. Yeah. Oh, I haven't even checked his eyeballs yet. Damn. I don't know if I want to look in there. Damn, dude. Oh my God. This dude has all kinds of shit. So he's got the infected thing there. He's got the, or sorry, whatever it is. He's got the tripod. Oh my God. He's got those. He's got a little bit of everything in here. Jesus Christ. He's got those, the sketty ones. What doesn't he have? Holy shit. So, his eyes are funny. We've got those. We've got those. We've got those. I think that was it. Yeah, so this is this dude's list. You can't see a few of the sick ones that are fine, and then this one right here. He's got all the greens, the tripod, and the sea mine. Yeah. All right, well, liquidation. I think so. Yeah, it's time to liquidate.
Is it like a bunker?
Sure. I didn't mark him for the contraband. Oh, well, fuck it. Why, no, I did. No. Well, I marked the zombie part, not contraband. Yeah, I think you're giving me wrong. I think you're giving me wrong direction.
Come on.
Oh, hi.
Please. I'm just tired. Not sick.
I don't know. This pants and shirt combo kind of makes you look sick. Got a supply of snacks. All right. Normal. You know, you say you're not sick, and it makes me think that there's something bad going on. The outfit's a crime.
Quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves.
Okay.
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Breath seems okay. Scan. The scanner listed pulse and temp, and it was fine. Yeah. I'll check it again here in a second. All right. What the hell is that? Is that someone else's organ? That's a potato? Wait a minute. Hold on a second here. You're telling me this discolored, weird-looking thing is a potato? What the fuck? It looks like a rotten strawberry. Gross. Indictive, thank you for the 3 months. Thank you, friend. Nortex, thank you for the follow. Evo, FO, welcome in. Unicorn, hello. Butt Spud. I hate it so much. I hate it. I don't like it at all. All right. The rest of that seemed okay. Let's look at his eyeballs. I don't see anything in here. I don't see nothing. No swirlies, no nothing. Okay. So dude has nothing? Oh, let me check one more time. So it said about the body and it said about the, is he pale? No, I don't think so. Yeah, that scanner telling me to check certain things means nothing. Reflexes were fine. I'm pretty sure I smacked him. Yeah. Seems okay to me. All right, dude. No cheese. Have fun.
I won't forget this kindness.
That's right. Better not. Next. All right. Droopy eyes. She's like asleep already. Yeah, pass with flying colors, huh? This is telling me to check this. Let's see how accurate it is.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn.
Yeah, the scanner thing telling you all that, it means nothing. It's literally zero information.
Prepare your
Look.
belongings for inspection.
Nothing. Her face color seems weird. Like, it looks like yellowish around her eyes and around her mouth. Why is that? The lab, maybe. Whoa. Maybe. I use the scanner for the beeps from the left 3 symbols. One tells me, one tells you it's a zombie right away. Mr. Doc! Mr. Dockerton, hello, sir. How was stream? I know you were doing Quarantine Zone. How'd it go? I found a guy earlier that had a beer bottle and a sausage up his butt. That was craziness. Thank you so much for the raid, Mr. Doc. How's it going, my man? Uh-oh. Oh, she got... Oh, boy. She's infected. I could maybe mark her as unknown and send her to the lab. One of those symbols tells you it's a zombie and I just shoot them. Oh, wait. Does it really? Hold on. All right. So this thing... So she's got... Oh, she's got the... Both infected ones. Both infected. She's got... All right, I'm going to mark it probably close enough. It's not going to be excellent, but I don't care. We've got this guy. We've got this guy and that guy. Was that it on her eyeballs? So you said about the zombie thing. Is it the poop? Is it the poop one? Because you've got contraband. Right? And then you got the smelly one, like the poop. The poop one. So if that goes off, we know it's a zombie immediately. Or infected. Okay. Roger that. Oh no, I guess I didn't realize that. Entry sensor gets false positive. Right. Oh, that's the zombie part one. Oh, and then they're infected anyway, so they're a goner. Got it. Yeah, see? This person had a beer bottle and a potato up their butt, or the other one did. The poo-op icon. Doesn't mean infected, it means zombie contraband. Yeah, but doesn't the zombie contraband automatically mean they're a goner? Because if I go to... Yeah, because they have contaminated baggage. Anyone coming into contact with zombie parts without a hazmat suit has extremely high chance of infection.
Wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves.
Yeah. It also sounds I listen to know if they're a zombie. See, listen, okay, now we're getting like in the weeds. Okay, so we're gonna send you over to the lab so we can give you a lookie. It tells you they're stinky. That's right.
Yes, sir.
That's right, yes, sir. Or else. What? Mr. Doc, if you need a raid and run, friend, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the raids. Always, always. Just like shooting zombies. I mean, me too, but I want to make sure that they're infected. You said you listen to sounds and it tells you they're infected? Like what? What am I missing? What do we need? Oh, okay. That guy. Thank you. I don't think I've had to pick up that one yet, have I? Ah, we tried. We tried. Yeah, it's one of those snakes.
Max?
Please.
I'm assuming that's a Limburger cheese. Sorry, sir. I'm going to have to steal your cheese.
Good work,
You're
Grunt.
robbing me.
Don't get used to the phrase.
You're robbing me. Super Steve, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. You're robbing me. Damn right we are. Is it stinky? Apparently stinky enough. Reflex. I haven't had anybody with any the opposite reflex thing in a while. That hasn't happened. Has not happened. Super Steve, I hope that your stream was good, friend. Welcome in. All right. Nothing. Hi. Oh, he didn't like that. Okay, I'm sorry. Damn raccoons. You hitting people? Well, yeah, but they asked for it. Like it's part of the ritual when you try to join my crew. We give you a good smack right across the forehead, or maybe even the nuts.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn.
No bleeding. Organs look normal. No contrabands up the butt.
Your belongings for inspection.
Oh, I know you can shoot rats. I choose not to because we made them into raccoons and I don't want to shoot the raccoons. They're our friends. You don't have any droopy eye, but we'll check anyway. I see nothing. Nothing. I'll go down one more layer just to be sure. Try using the clothes scanner on Georgie. Wait, what? Seems all right to me, man. Yeah, what am I doing? Was that just dirt on his left? Oh, that might have been what you're thinking about. Might be where I smacked him with a hammer. Yeah. Seems okay. Other than the cheese, he seems all right. Nothing. The suit's protecting him. Next.
Move it.
Ooh, contrabands.
I don't have any symptoms. See?
Well, you have an axe, though, and a needle. And a
Don't
mag.
take it. It's all I have left of my mom.
Interesting. All right. Droopy mouth, yellow eyes. Okay. The mag was the, yeah, that's all he had left for his mother. I've already got this out. We might as well do a scan. When in Rome. Nothing. What about your temps? Temps are normal. He's angry. So we have yellow eyes. We have hyper aggressive reflex. A lot of things to look for. Yeah. Yeah. You like his thong? Sheesh.
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
All right, what do you got? No discoloring. Like this is another one where like that yellow part just seems a little bit different. I don't know. It might be okay. I mean, that's not. What the? What's he got down on his right foot? Oh, it's the one condition, the skin pigment condition. Oh, it's because his eyes are yellow. That's why it looks like this. Oh, it's crazy looking. We should definitely do this whenever somebody's eyes are like bloodshot red. For sure. Hey, Krusty, thank you for the biddies. Always enjoys the gameplay. Always positive, funny. Learn a lot. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Nada. Nothing. So we have yellow eyes, but we do have hyper aggressive reflex, which means that you need to go to quarantine because I don't know. Oh no! I'll have to check him again. I didn't mark bag. God damn it.
Just precautions.
Sir,
I do this every time.
Identification verified.
Get back out here.
Quarantine status stable.
Poor guy's gonna die. Anybody that's in quarantine is gonna bite it, eat it. Still got excellent. I don't know how, like.
I was helping others out there. Look.
Yeah.
Bites.
And what was inside of him wasn't contraband. So that was okay. All right, you go back to quarantine now. Once you send him off, Candy. Well, it's still, even me missing the baggage thing said that I had an excellent. Yeah. Oh, we could check somebody. You're right with a syringe. I have a couple syringes. Oh, God.
I don't want to cause any trouble. Just let me through if I'm clear.
I've got 4 of them to be exact. All right. Well, you know what? Let's just get this over with. What do you have inside you? What a question to ask somebody. Hi, Queen. What do we got? We have... What is that?
You are in a quarantine zone.
Is that a switchblade?
Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Yeah, she had a knife and I think pills. So, though, can I take that or no? Would that be considered like medicine? All right, you definitely had a weapon. Internal contraband. Take the pills. Pills are illegal. Nailed it. Contraband seized. Nice. Bless you. Yeah. The mice, the mouth, I mean, God damn it. The knife must have not have been pleasant to swallow. Well, I mean, it was not like it was an open switchblade. It was fine. Green, thank you for the gifted. Thank you so much. All right, we have an elevated temp. Elevated temp, it is not all the way up yet. Okay, so reflex test. Normal. Did I already do a scan on you? We're gonna do a scan again, just in case. Bless you. Seems okay. What about your breathings? Normal. We already did the scan of your body, but now your eyeballs, because you are drooping. You are a drooping. New bastard, thank you for the gifted. Okay, we've got those snakies. Okay. Got the little snaky guys. We've got, ooh, whatever the cloud. The little fart cloud inside of our eyeball. Definitely have that. Are those the only 2? I think so. All right. Those, I think, are it. She has this, and she's got this. Ocular, helmet, and chromatics. Staphylococcus? Staphylococcus? Trying to remember the eye stuff like this. Cluster, snake, pinky, spiky, virus, cloud, bubble, black. I know. I'll get into a rhythm with it eventually. Okay, so... Oh, man. To quarantine. Excellent inspection.
Next survivor.
Quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves.
I'm not getting any younger over here.
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Staphylococcus. Saw the zombie alert too. Like, do I just go ahead and fire or do I do the inspection first? Yeah, the poo op went off. If I just fired, then I'm not going to get a good inspection, right? Does it matter that much? Inspect first. Okay. We'll do the thing. More monies. Shoot first, ask questions later. Normal. That looks a little bit weird. Almost like different. Choco, thank you for the gifted. Good inspection gives more money. Yeah. That's not something new, is it? Like, look at this. That doesn't... Like, it looks low... You know what it looks like? It looks like almost like the herpes, but it's like low res. It's like a mix. It's like an in-between between these two. I might mark other and send them to the lab. I think that might be the plan. I feel like you got more. Played the demo? Wait, what? Oh, that's internal bleeding. Definitely has internal bleeding. Also swallowed a shell. I'm sorry. Does he have a dime bag in his ass? Yep. He certainly did. All right. What else do we know? We know that he has a bloody mouth. We know he's pissed off. I don't know, man. I don't think it's either of these. I think it's something new. I could be wrong about that, but I don't know. I'm almost sold about it. Oh, wait, the internal bleeding.
In a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn.
Definitely has internal bleeding for sure. Let's check your eyeballs. Anything in his eyes? I don't see nothing in his eyes. Okay. Ew. I don't touch those, right? Oh, wrong thing. I don't know how they fit all that. There's someone had a gaming PC. Items inside of a person are considered internal contraband. However, any sign of contaminated belongings should result in immediate termination. Okay, so if they have anything in their body, we mark it. That's jaw-dropping. You know, it's something. So we're going to go ahead and send him to the lab. Oh, he did have a weapon too. Oh, you're right. I forget half of the shit. Look at this. Good Lord. Let me check this guy's list. Look. Internal bleeding, mouth bleeding, aggression, contaminated baggage, baggage, internal contraband, weapon, and possibly an unknown symptom that we're hoping results in something new. 'Tis the hope. I did mark that he's angry, yeah. That poor guy. You think you'd get money for taking it, but no. It makes sense that you don't or you shouldn't touch it because it's contaminated. Only competent. Wait, what? What did we miss? I don't know. It might be because he doesn't have something unknown and I marked unknown. That might be why. But it was worth a try, you know? Because if it's something new, that'd be awesome. But I have a feeling it won't be. Give. Oh, excuse me. There we go. So what it was is I think it was either herpes or a rash, but I think it was rendering really strangely. It looked like something brand new, but I think it's just because it didn't render right.
Don't make me wait.
Next. I can't tell if she's pale.
If you find something lie, I can't go back.
She looks, her skin, she just looks pale. Not pale. Infected pulse. Yikers, dude. Extreme elevated temp. Okay. Did not react at all. Good deal. Scanner doesn't show visual symptoms. Gotcha. Okay. Go to there. We had absent reflex. What does it mean when their mouth is like that? So when their mouth is like kind of droopish like that, that means that there's probably something different about their reflexes. It doesn't mean it's a guarantee there's something wrong, but chances are I think there's something wrong. Normal. Normal. No contrabands. No contrabands. Eyeballs. Hope I'm wearing a suit. I know, right? How much is this game? I don't know right now. I think it was on sale. Nothing. So, unfortunately, she does have an extreme pulse, which means it's time for that pile to grow. To the liquids.
Oh, you're scaring me.
It's okay.
Where am I going?
About damn time. What kind of a checkpoint are you running?
We have the sketty. Why does it sound like someone's doing like the... It sounds like somebody is playing in the distance that like aggressive shit meme sound. You know what I'm talking about? That's what it sounds like. All right, we've got number... Really, I could just go by numbers. We have number 1. We have 1, 4. We have 1. We have 4. 1, 2, and 4. Can't unhear it. I know. 1, 2, 3, 4. Morky Mork! Oh, hi, friend. What were you doing today? Oh my God. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. The infected ones are reversed in order on the chart. Oh, they're not the same that we see them here. Oh, that sucks. Okay. Well. Oh, don't sneeze in my face. Hello, friends. How was stream? Hello. Was doing some of this. How'd it go for you? As you can see, this is what I have. There's another layer, but I didn't see anything on the layer underneath of it. Not that I could tell. Yeah, these are, I think, are even different. But we saw all those. We did see all those. So she has red eyes. She has red bruising. She's definitely pissed off for some reason. Don't know why. She's a keeper. Hi, noob. Actually, maybe had an issue in quarantine and perhaps maybe it's got the munchies. Oh, that's okay. Okay, temps are high. As in the temp is literally infection worthy. Okay. What else? Did I do your this yet? Oh, I did. Okay. Have a little something on there. Yeah, she got a little schmutz. She's got a little schmutz. All right. Nothing. Okay. Anything for your breaths? No breaths. Bless you again. And we have contraband. What the hell is wrong with you people? So she swallowed a bullet shell that I can't touch. There we go. Finding it harder to detect it now. I have more tools. Make it make sense. It's just, it's tough because there's so much you can do. Gross. Gross. All right. Pretty sure the rest looked okay. No internal bleeding. Everything looked all right. We already looked into her eyeballs. We already saw that. So, yeah, we're going to go ahead and send you off to the snack cupboard to go get us some more Pringles. Wait, no. I don't want the lab. I want the liquidation. You fucking bitch. Yeah, freaking owl, dude. The slow-mo, I know. Did she turn? No, she tried to attack us. She tried to kill us.
Identification verified.
Okay, so here's the problem. We have 4 people in quarantine. Fuck you too. We have 4 people in quarantine. I might have to use a needle or 2. I really don't want to, but I might have to. Did Riley get better after day 1? Do we remember? Lady in yellow told you number 1. Aww. Oh, did they get worse? Oh, they did get worse. Oh, they got angry. That's right. So these 2 are probably going to turn. These 2, I think I might need to check. They're going to turn. Well, recheck I can't because it's on day 0 for them. So if I wait a day, I think that they're going to get eaten. Yeah. Hi, Resh. Hello. What happens when they turn? They become zombies. They become zombies. And if you have anybody that is not a zombie inside of this, well, they become a snack. Yeah. The guards do nothing. They're probably just giving me a chance. Yeah, so this one had elevated temps and chromatic staphylococcus. I heard you say someone got angry. Yeah, I think it was her. I think it was, I forget her name. Naomi, I think. I do not have a zombie in the cage. No. What I might do is I might give a stab.
The subject is not infected.
Not infected.
I won't let you down.
We would have lost her. We would have lost her. Let's check him one more time.
Identification verified. Quarantine status stable. No incidents reported.
He had yellow eyes and hyper-aggressive reflex.
The subject is not infected.
Another one. We would have lost both of them. Okay.
Oh god, I made it.
These two are going to turn. He is really bad. They are they're getting worse. Would have been a snack. I'd like to think that when they die, they may choose to haunt the place, get a new quarantine zone map and Phaz. He does look really calm, doesn't he? He seems so chill. Let's check on the provisions and see how much we have and if we need anything. We've had to have used a bunch of med kits. Med kits needed for today 3. We're still okay. Missed contraband apparently. Oh, was it in him? I can't check now. All right, well, enjoy whatever contraband you brought in. You're welcome, I guess. All right, to the sleepies. The big, his bag had bandages. Oh, bandages. Well, wait, what would that be? That's contraband?
External infected rushing the perimeter. Prevent breach.
Oh, game time. You know what I like? That's not the one. I like this one. This one's my favorite. Black Ops now? I know, right? Isn't it great? Look. Ka-chow. With a ka-chow. Wait, can I go up and down? I can. There we go. Oh, don't hide from me, bitch. Ka-chow. These big boys, you've got to hit them with a few of those. Give. There we go. Reload. Got it. There we go. Now we're talking. Get away from my wall, asshole. Worth it. Brings back memories. I know, right? Oh, that was so fun. I love these rounds. You got to focus up. I don't want to lose. I'm afraid of what's going to happen if I lose. Day 17. We have $19,000. Hell yeah. Mass infected. Day 17. Let's go. All right.
Are now available. Check the bulletins board immediately.
Okay. Patient 0.5. Our expedition crew found a dwelling containing evidence of an early variant of the virus. The address is 8 Horatio Street, apartment 94, New York, New York. Terminate the target. Ooh. Hi, friends. My little buddies. How much longer? For a bit. We'll see. I don't know. Honestly, maybe not that much longer. Network overloaded? What's... Replenish the fuel. What happened? I forgot we had the battery back up. nose is so itchy.
Identification verified. Quarantine status unstable. Incident detected.
Which one do you guys want? We have Naomi. I mean, we have Riley and Steven. It's like going to a pet store. Little kid comes up, Dad, can I have one? Yeti, they give them 25 months. What are they eating? I'm not really sure. Steven looks fashionable. We could keep Steven. You want to keep Steven? Let's keep Steven. All right, bud. Now, I would keep you, but we're guaranteed going to have to send people to quarantine. Can we get one, please? So, unfortunately, I would love to keep you here. Unless, wait a minute. Wait, let's step outside for a second. I don't by any chance have enough for 2 friends, do I? Oh, it's an auto feeder. No, just 1. 10,000 bucks though automatically converts corpses into nutrient paste to sustain the subject. I don't think the cage can be upgraded. No, you've already upgraded this. No, negative. All right, well, love you. Oh, well, you know. Are you certain they turn? Just look like they stepped on a Lego. Is that what you look like when you step on a Lego? Poor Doc's house. The poor chitlins. Excuse me, coming through. Pardon me, raccoons. Gotta feed our friend. Clover, thank you for continuing your sub, friendo.
Any attempts to leave the zone without authorization.
There he is. Hi, Steven. Who's my big boy? That's you. You're my big boy. Wait, why can't I get off the... There we go. Enjoy. There we go. Oh, we got stuck on the door. Do. Eats the bag. Oh yeah, he doesn't mind. He doesn't mind at all. He's fine. There we go. On to the next. Do I have anything new I need to do? I don't think so. What is the point of keeping a zombie? So by keeping one as a pet and making sure that it doesn't, you know, completely just, I don't know, disintegrate, die, you get money for it. So we have fully upgraded this. Quarantine, we could upgrade for more for sure. That one we can't do till then. Let's check the other stuff. The bag is the fiber. That's right. All right, let's go ahead and do that upgrade for the canteen. I don't even know if I really need to. Feeds up to 36 people. I don't think we have to upgrade that yet. Upgrade the engine. Like we haven't had any problems with any of that. This, yes, for sure. Now we can fit more people. More survivors. Next.
I already went through quarantine once. I passed.
The guard stations. Oh, the security. Oh, yeah. I've only got 7,000 bucks. When I get more money, I could upgrade those. Or I mean, I guess I could upgrade them now. That outfit, though. Take your damn hat off. What does this look like? Huh? Got blood all over your stuff. What the hell is wrong with you? Oh, excuse me. Okay. Oh, yikes. Look at those bruises. Holy shit. What are we looking for again? Address 8 Horatio Street. What's your address? All right. They're good. 8 Horatio Street is what we need to remember. Yeah. Gross bruising. Yikes. Wrong thing. All right. Next. Check your breath. That seems okay. And the scan. She's probably going to have something shoved up her butt. Organs seem okay. And then there's that. She has a magazine inside of her body. And pills stuck in her butt. Relentless, dude. Absolutely relentless.
You're robbing me? Why?
Well, I mean, do I need to explain it, lady? Do you think it was internal bleeding? I could check again. Maybe I didn't notice it. I don't see anything on the old eyeballs. Nothing. Was it on the lungs? Okay. Let's check again. Oh, yeah, for sure. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, look at those things. Good call. Good shout. Good shout. Internal bleeding. So, looks good. Just bruises and internal bleeding. That's it. Yeah, I don't know. It's really funny some of the things they have while they are just so relaxed about it.
Don't make me wait.
Thank you.
Do you guys shop at the same store?
What are you doing? Is this...
This
really
might be
necessary?
the greenest guy that I've seen, though. Holy shit. That is the absolute greenest person I've run into yet. Mostly they're like yellow.
Stay calm and wait for your turn.
He's got droopy eyes. He's gonna have something wrong with his eyes.
Clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves.
Does he have,
Prepare your belongings.
if he has onions, I swear to God. Okay, gas in a pan. Is he allowed? Can I let him have gas? Would you stop it? Would the pan be considered a weapon?
What?
That's not mine.
No.
Really, I promise. Take
No.
whatever.
You know what?
Just
It was
let
worth
me
it, so
through.
we know for future reference. So, gas they can have, the pan they can have. Now we know. It's fine. It was just a test. We were just trying to see. Bro, like, that mixed with his look right now. Just look at him. Holy Jesus, dude. Yikes. Yeah, that's infected for sure. Oh my God, Shrek, what happened, dude? Oh, I didn't check your insides yet. Whoops. All right, no internal bleeding. Any contraband, Shrek? Send him to quarantine. You know, I could send him to quarantine. That way we're like, we know he's going to turn, right? I could. And then send him off to get liquidated if we have someone else that goes to quarantine that might be okay. Might not be a bad idea. Eek. All right. So he has a lot of shit in his eyes. Simply hello. Yeah. He's got two of the green marks. He doesn't have anything infected in his eyes. Oh, okay. There's 3 of the green marks. He just doesn't have the sketty. No sketties? Yeah. So he's got this, and this. All right. That's what we got. Oh, his address. Has an encyclopedic knowledge of Eurodisco and is Rafael Cara's biggest fan. That's interesting. West 181st Street. No. We're going to send you to quarantine just in case. Just in case.
Wait, why? I'm fine.
Because we might get lucky. If not, I might have to send you off. Hello.
I didn't do anything wrong, I swear.
Well, we didn't say that you did. But it's telling me to check your body, your eyes, and a scan. Which again, I don't really look at that thing at all because I don't think it's reliable. I don't think so. Attorney Street. No. Remember, we are looking for 8 Horatio Street. All right. Breath is fine. Let's give your body a scan. Stomach, brain, lungs, all that looks okay. So far, that scanner doesn't know shit. They do have droopy eyes, though. The scanner as you come in is usually wrong with me. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Okay. We've got number 4 of the, we have the, whatever, I don't know. We need to come up, I need to come up with like a little checklist for these. Got number 3, number 4. The sick, we have the sick one, at least one of them. We have the sketty monster. Little sketty. See little sketty right here? All right. Wait. Oh, let me go back in your eyeball a sec. Let me go back. Let me go back. Let me go down one more layer, just in case. What's my favorite tool? What a great question. You know, the hammer's up there. Giving him a good old whack is pretty fun. What is your favorite? We have this. Wait. That. Did we have... We didn't have the ocular helmet, did we? The hammer's hilarious. I love it. It's so funny. Pink boys, wormies, spermy. Yeah, I've just got to come up with names for all of them. The eye thing is pretty cool. It's pretty sick. I think if I'm looking at all of the stuff, I mean, this is pretty cool. The scanner, just being able to find stuff like that. And I like the scanner and also the stethoscope. Those are kind of cool. Just in general for cool items. And the pistol's pretty fun too. All right, so they have one sick or infected. Oh boy, well, I need to send you to quarantine.
I feel fine. Please don't do this.
Sure. That Crow, thank you for getting merch.
Let's just get this over with.
Wait a minute. Do I have bloody nose as one of my symptoms? I do not. That's an unknown, friends. That's an unknown. Uh-oh, stinky. Spa day time? That's right. Any bites there, sir? Wait, what's your address? East 39th. He's from Detroit. No, we need somebody from New York, New York. No bites. How the hell did you get infected, dude? Nosebleed is new. That's what, yeah, I marked it as unknown. Absolutely did. No contraband? Looks good. Let's check his eyes. He might have eaten a zombie. Rookie move. Rookie move. All right. He's got both of the ones that look like little insects. He's got the little snakies. Yeah. He's got that guy, and that guy. And he's got unknown, which is definitely something we need to send to the lab. So let's go. Wait, did you come in with a bag? No. To the lab. No, his address is fine. Excellent inspection. Excellent inspection. Blender time? It's not a blender. These two have been over here arguing for like weeks. Please, sir, have a stand. Isn't that the thing where I just got to remove the nose? Yes, sir. Can we keep the boots? Oh. Unless I can get in there right now, I don't think so. A nosebleed. You've unlocked all the symptoms in the chain and received 50. Let's go. Nice. Onward. Come
on.
What the hell are you wearing a top hat for?
I'd give anything and everything to wake up from this nightmare.
Whoa. 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 My game just started lagging a lot. When I look at them, holy shit. Their shirt says not zombie. Shoot their hat off? I don't know if I could shoot their hat off. They're making me lag. Raccoon invasion. That's just my little buddy. No, he's fine. Glosny, thank you for the gifted. Thank you. Off to bed. Good. Oh, Matt, it's good seeing you, brother. I will definitely see you soon for sure. All right, so we have green skin, red eyes, bloody nose. Okay, let's mark those down real fast. Red eyes, green skin, bloody nose, which is okay. Okay, that's concerning. Uh-huh. Non-specific respiration. They don't look okay. No, they look like they've had a few better days. Maybe one, maybe two.
Hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
No, internals look okay. Let's look at your disgusting eyeball. Is there nothing in here? What the shit? Where's my scanner? Yeah, I thought that was dirt. Okay. Yeah, there is a UV. I just haven't unlocked it yet. Okay, not zombie. I'm going to say bye-bye.
I'm so tired of this.
Me too.
Next survivor.
Oh, I didn't check their address.
Please. I have children. They're waiting for me.
Would I just fail this or just not complete it? Oh God. I might have messed up. I don't remember. Different address? Okay, good. Phew. Thank you. Totally forgot. I guess bruising on your forehead? Oh, that's true. I got to eliminate them anyway. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, it wouldn't have mattered. Even if we liquidated them, they'd have been deuces. Yeah. It would have literally completed it, which would have been really funny because it would have been on accident. All right. You have bruising on the forehead. Bruising on the forehead. Sweet underwear. Nothing there. Breathing looks fine. Is that normally that color? I think it is. I don't know why that just is standing out to me as strange right now. All of that looks okay. Doesn't have any contraband on him. I don't know why that was just standing out in such a weird way. All right, you got droopy eyes. Some organs seem weird sometimes. It might just be lighting. All right, we have Sketty. The little monster guy. Okay. We have that, and that. Oh, did I mark? I don't think I marked bruising yet.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for
Bruise.
your turn. Remove your outer clothing.
All are just 6 symptoms.
Glasses and gloves. Prepare your belongings.
Did you think you saw black stuff? I thought that it just looked a little bit silly, but I mean a little bit weird, but let me go to the bottom layer. It sounds really close. I think it was deceiving because you see how underneath there it looks like dark. You see that down there? I think it was just deceiving. Yeah. Yeah, that's okay. All right. Well, you're just sick, so we're going to go ahead and send you over.
I won't waste this chance.
Okay.
Move it.
Please. I've lost so much already. Don't make me turn back now.
Horatio Street. She drinks 2 raw eggs every morning. Ew. All right. Well, let's go ahead and do an inspection. I'm on day 17. It's in the top left. Got a Terminator anyway. The raccoon just sitting by. What are you doing, buddy? Okay. They have a nosebleed. I like the mark on their face from when... Aren't the raccoons great? They have sickly breath. They have nosebleed. Okay. What about your insides? No contraband. Looks normal. And your eyeballs. Wait, do you have yellow eyes? Oh, you do. I was like, wait a minute. She has droopy eyes because she has crap in it, so it was hard to tell. She has yellow eyes as well. Can barely see it with the droopy eyes. Yeah, I just noticed it. And this is the nice way to really know what it was. All right, we've got whatever that number 4 is and the number 3 there. I think that's it. So she's got yellow eyes, and then in her eyeball, she's got that and that. Well, time for termination. Portable eye microscope. Yeah. See, she just has 6 symptoms. However, we have to eliminate the target. So you know what that means. Excuse me, ma'am.
Good work, Grunt. Don't get used to the praise. Next.
I'll put that away.
Hey.
Hey. Eye gook, yellow eyes. I didn't mean to shoot her when she was on the floor. That was a mistake. Oh, eye pus. Oh boy. Oh yeah, check your temps first. It was a desk pop. I always double tap. That if movies have taught us anything. Okay. Oh, that's where I hit you with the hammer. Never mind. Oh, got a skin rash. I mean, he's infected anyway, so it really doesn't matter that much. But for the sake of doing a good inspection, we want to try to make sure we cover all of our bases. Nothing there. Do a little scan. Oh, we have discolored organs. You can see that right there. It definitely is not supposed to be like a pink color like that. Nothing in the butt. What do you got in your eyes? Oh, unholy, you're good, friend. No worries. No. You were good. Nothing that I could see. Okay. What did I say? Organs. Color difference. Purple intestine. All right, so that leaves us with this. To the liquids. Yeah, he has eye pus. Wait. Oh, did I not mark it? Oh, I set it out. Oh, I did. What? Oh, it's down there. It's in the infected section. I marked it. Yeah, we're good. Bye. Miss you.
Don't make me wait.
Please. I'm just tired. Not sick.
Okay. All right. Dude's bleeding from the mouth. Great start.
You are in a Stay calm and
Immediately his pulse is pushing almost 200.
clothing. Hats, glasses. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Extreme pulse. Oh boy. He is the last one. Oh, we might get to get another pet. Wait, do I? No, I already have a pet. Wait, no. I already have a pet. Don't forget to remove Shrek. Yeah. Definitely need to remove Shrek. Okay. Color difference on the organs. No contraband from what I can tell. Will this go up later? Yeah, I have to make another video from the last time we played. And then I'll make one for this one. I would like to do one for every day that we play to do the entire campaign on it. It's been a lot of fun. I feel like with googly eyes, these guys would be less scary. All right, we've got, from what I can tell, We had that guy, that guy, that guy, that guy, that guy. I think. Wrong thing. You had the little snakies, right? You had little snakies? Yeah, I see it right there. Yep. Yep. Imagine making a mod to replace Droopy. Oh, dude. Mods in this would actually be really, really funny. Mods would be really cool. Hey, Sasek, how are you? Kiki, welcome and thank you for the follow. Feels like I'm playing Spore with the eye checker. Oh, yeah, the discolored organs. Go there. Color difference. And that's what we're looking at. So another liquidation. Bye-bye. Wait, you don't have a bag, right? Nope. Okay, goodbye.
Special processing.
Special. Shut up. All right, so we have a zombie already, so we don't need. We're like, there's no point in keeping him. There really isn't.
You're not going to detain me, right?
No, I wouldn't say detain. Oh, I never marked down that you had a book. That you had a book bag. Oh, there's nothing in it. Bye, Shrek. Yeah, he's gonna go say hi to the Pringles man. You know what? The new thing, get out the gun. He's not angry. It seems like the angry people that you send off definitely try to kill you. We were keeping him just in case we needed to get a Zed, but I don't think we do. Man, I've got a lot of bodies over here. Infected, eliminated. So we got that one, and then we should have one in here that's currently eating someone. I don't think I need to feed him. Isn't he being fed already? Yeah, he's still munching on a body right now. Yeah, he's okay. I got to feed him the next day. Hattie, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Thank you. I do not have the auto feeder yet. We have it available. I just need to buy it. Yeah. Where was that? Was that checkpoint? No, it was laboratory. Yeah, it's $10,000 for the auto feeder. It would just make you really low on cash. That's the problem. Can you research the pet? So the point of having the pet is it's extra money. So if you get all the way through, whenever you are getting rid of peeps, if the zombie's there, you automatically get money. I don't think you can overfeed them. I don't think so. If you don't feed it, it'll probably just like disappear, be completely gone. All right, sleepies. And you get testing. Right. The last time we would have gotten test needles. You're right. Now we have $11,000. $11,000. Day 18. Oh, it's like a storm outside. I do like that the weather changes. That's cool. That's cool. I tell you what, friends. I think that we are going to call it there. Day 18. We're going to call it there. Until next time. We're on our way. I've got 3 of the 5 done. And the next one is on day 21. So the next stream will definitely complete that one for sure. Yeah. It's already almost 5 o'clock. I got to start worrying about food for me and the kiddo. Yeah. But thank you guys for being here, friends. I appreciate it always. Thank you. We're going to go find someone to say hi to. Let me stop that. Make sure nobody does that. But yeah, this game is great, man. I'm enjoying it. You know, like some of the other sim games, I feel like we've picked up and we've played, but honestly, we only played a very small portion. This one I've been invested in. I don't know why. I don't know what it is about it. There's just something different about it. I like it. All right. Let's go find someone to raid, friends. I appreciate all the love today, guys. Thank you. I owe you guys a wheel spin. We're going to do the wheel spin. We'll do it tomorrow. Oh. The 24/7 channel has the Halloween event on it. Thank you, Shadow. Guys, if you're not already in my Discord server, the Discord link is in chat. So are the rest of the socials. If you guys want to follow me anywhere or everywhere, and make sure you're checking out all these amazing Midnight peeps too. All of our amazing Midnight Society peoples. Mork and Kill and Doc and all the amazing homies. All right. Let me see. Tomorrow we will be live normal time. I'll be live at 8:30 p.m. Eastern for the weekly. And then I have to decide what I'm going to do after that. If we switch to more quarantine or if I do something different, I'm not sure. I don't know. I really want to beat the campaign. I really do. Oh, you know what? Oh, yeah, that's where we're going. Yeah. Thank you, friends. Irish, it's so good seeing you, friend. All right. Go back and watch Doc's VOD for today. You'll be rolling. Oh, from Quarantine Zone? I definitely will. I'll check clips and everything for sure. Yeah. No, thank you guys so much, man. And we have to plan our next day. Oh, by the way, do you remember when we did the Playing with Viewers Day and we were like, oh, it'd be nice if the channel point redeem would turn off whenever the queue is full, and it would be nice if viewers could leave the queue and they want literally the guy that made the bot, he was watching that stream and then after stream was over sent me over the updated. The rules are on there now too. Yeah. So freaking great. He's so fast. I wasn't expecting that. I was just gonna be like, hey, there's a couple changes we have to like that we would like made, and he immediately was like, I got it done. So next time we do Playing with Viewers, it should be even easier. Yeah. Lila, have a good one, friend. I have stuff all over the place. Like I have YouTube vids, shorts, you name it, whatever it may be, that's all over the place that can keep you occupied until then. Yeah. Yes. So this one, because we reached the January, will be for February. So it'll be early in February when we do the next viewer day. And then I'll make an extended goal for sure. Friends, if you are a follower, that's for you. If you're a sub, that's for you. Creepy tier 3s, that's for you. Gotta love when devs are quick like that in response. It's so great because I don't know how to do any of that. Thank God they do. I know nothing. I just have an idea and then I'm like, hey, is this possible? If it's not, tell me to shut up. All right. Friends, we're going to go raid our beloved Mr. Killiam. We were playing games with him yesterday with Doc and Cheebs, so we're going to go say hi today. Thank you all so much for all the love today. Thank you for all the subs and the hangouts and the follows and the raids. We will do the weekly starting tomorrow. I will do something after that. I don't know what. And then we have Wednesday, which might be another quarantine zone frame. And then after Wednesday, I'm not streaming again until Monday. Friday, Sunday, the missus and I are going on a small trip, just us. So I will not be in town. I'll make sure to share more information about where we are, where we're going, all that stuff when it's closer. Pretty exciting stuff. But I love you all. Thank you guys so much for everything that you do. Thank you for being here. I love you guys. Bye.